nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know.
வணக்கம் ப்ரோ, வணக்கம் ப்ரோ. தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் யுவர் லவ்லி லைக்ஸ் ப்ரோ. ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்ததுக்கும் நன்றி. சாப்பிட்டாச்சாராம் ப்ரோ? ஸ்காராமுஷ் கிடச்சதா? இப்போ புல் பண்ணலன்னு சொன்னீங்கள? இப்போ அத்தனை ஐடியா வச்சுருந்தீங்களே, எதில் புல் பண்ணீங்க? எதுக்காவது கிடைச்சதா? எடுத்தீங்களா? நாய்ஸ் கேட்குதா ப்ரோ? நாய்ஸ் கேன்சலேஷன் ஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறேன். இன்றைக்கி ஈவினிங் உட்காந்து அதான் நோண்டிக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். நாய்ஸ் கேன்சலேஷன் கரெக்டாக ஒர்க் ஆகுதா? ஏர் சவுண்ட் ஏதாவது கேட்குதா? ஏர் கூலர் இன்னமும் ஓடிக்கிட்டு தான் இருக்குது எப்பவும் போல். கரெக்டாக இருக்கான்னு மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்கள் அப்போ.
用意はとっくにできてるぜ。
கார்ட் கேம் ஆமாம் ப்ரோ. நாய்ஸ் கேன்சலேஷன் எப்படி ப்ரோ இருக்குது? ஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணி வச்சுருக்கேன் நாய்ஸ் கேன்சலேஷன். நாய்ஸ் எதாவது கேட்குது? ஏர் கூலர் சவுண்டு. ஏர் கூலர்லாம் எப்பவும் போல் ஓடிக்கிட்டே தான் இருக்குது.
あなたの運命はすでに我が手中の糸が絡め取った。
கார்டு இருக்கா பார்த்தா எனக்கு ஒரே டென்ஷனாக இருக்குது. ஏன் ப்ரோ? எந்த கார்டு? நான் பேசுறது கேட்குதா? ஹலோ ஹலோ கேட்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். வெயிட் அ மினிட். கேட்குதா இல்லையானே தெரியலையே. பேசுறது கேட்குதா? ஹலோ ஹலோ கேட்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். கார்ட் கேம் பிடிக்கலையா? ஏன் ப்ரோ ஏன் ஏன்? ஆடியோ வாய்ஸ் கேன்சலேஷன். சிஸ்டம் ஆஃபில் கிடக்குதா ப்ரோ? இப்போ எப்படி இருக்குது பாருங்க. நாய்ஸ் கேன்சலேஷன் கரெக்டாக இருக்கா? நாய்ஸில் ஏதாவது கேட்குதா? ஏர் கூலர் ஆஃபில் கிடக்குதா ப்ரோ? இப்போ எப்படி இருக்குது பாருங்க. நாய்ஸ் கேன்சலேஷன் கரெக்டாக இருக்கா? நாய்ஸில் ஏதாவது கேட்குதா? ஏர் கூலர் ஓகே ப்ரோ. என்னோட பிசி ஸ்பெக்ஸா ப்ரோ? என்னோடது என்ன இது ரைசன் 5 7800 சீரீஸு. 6800 சாரி. 6800 இல்லை இல்லை ஆமாம். வெயிட், நாய்ஸ் இப்போ கேட்கல, ஆனால் உங்கள் வாய்ஸ் ஒரு மாதிரி இருக்குது. என் வாய்ஸ் ஒரு மாதிரி இருக்கா? ஹலோ ஸ்டாப் ஆடியோலோ. ஓகே ஹலோ 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 இப்போ ஓகேவா பாருங்க. ஞாபகம் வந்துச்சு என்னோட பிசி ஸ்பெக்ஸு. ரைசன் 5 ப்ரோ, 5800H, GeForce RTX 3050, 512GB SSD, 16GB RAM. ஓகே
さっさと終わらせるぞ。
இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டுக்கு 60 ப்ரீமோ ஜெம்ஸா ப்ரோ? ஈவெண்ட்டே கிடையாது இது. இது வந்து எப்போவுமே பர்மனெண்ட்டாக இருக்க போகிறது. ஒரு லெவலுக்கும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 60 கொடுத்துட்ருக்கான். நான் இது வரைக்கும் இதில் வந்து 300 எடுத்துகிட்ருப்பேன். 300 ப்ரீமோ ஜெம்ஸ் எடுத்துகிட்ருப்பேன். இன்னமும் எடுக்க முடியும். அதை தான் நான் உட்காந்து விளையாடிட்டுருக்கேன். இல்லைனா விளையாடவே மாட்டேன். இது ஸ்டோரி போகிறதா தான் பிளான் இப்போது. இது மட்டும் முடிச்சுட்டு ஸ்டோரி போயிடுவேன். இது ஈவெண்ட் இல்லை, பர்மனெண்ட் இது.
できなかったか。
ஓகே ஓகே. ஆர்கான் கொஸ்டின் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணணும். நான் ஆர்கான் கொஸ்டினும் ஸ்டார்ட்டே பண்ணல. இது முடிச்சுட்டு தான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோம். இந்த மேட்ச் மட்டும் முடிச்சுட்டு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறமே ஆர்கான் கொஸ்ட்டு. தொடக்கூடாது. லாஸ்ட்டாக சாவ போகிறேன். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வெப்பன்லாம் அப்டேட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். ஓகே.
裁きを受けよ。
仕事が終わった。
ஏய், எவ்வளோ பிட்டி வச்சுருக்கேன்? எஸ்டிடி 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. டோட்டலாக 35 37 இருக்குது. இன்னும் 3 மட்டும் பண்ணுவேன், அவ்வளோதான். இந்த இதில் அதோட 40ல் நிற்க வச்சுக்க வேண்டியதுதான். என்னோட அக்கௌண்ட் ஆன்லைனில் இருக்கான்னு பாருங்க. ஓகே, இல்லையே ப்ரோ ஆன்லைனில். பிரின்ஸ் குணா ஜூஸ் கமாண்டர் இவங்களாம் தான் இருக்கீங்க. எய்மிக்கு எப்போ கிடச்சிது? ஐயோ, பார்த்துட்டீங்களா? காட்டக்கூடாதுன்னு இருந்தேனே யாருக்கிட்டையும். ப்ரோ யார்கிட்டையும் சொல்லாத ப்ரோ. அது எப்பயே கிடச்சிருச்சு. யார்கிட்டையும் சொல்லாதீங்க. இந்த டீலிங் நமக்குள்ளேயே இருக்கட்டும். இதை தான் நான் சீக்கிரட்டாக பில்ட் பண்ணலான்னு இருந்தேன். சீக்கிரட்டாக பில்ட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். நீங்கள் மட்டும்தான் இருக்கிறனால நான் சொல்லிடுறேன். யார்கிட்டையும் சொல்லாதீங்க. உங்களுக்கும் ஜோக்கர் ப்ரோக்கர் மட்டும்தான் தெரியும். ஓகே, அப்படியே மெயின்டைன் பண்ணிக்கணும். அந்த மெசேஜை டிலீட் பண்ணிவிடுங்க பார்ப்போம். அப்படியே யாரும் வரத்துக்கு முன்னாடி. ஆமாம் ப்ரோ, ஆமாம் ஆமாம் ஆமாம், யாருக்குமே தெரியாது. வெயிட் அ மினிட். ஓகே ப்ரோ, ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே. தேங்க்யூ ப்ரோ, தேங்க்யூ ப்ரோ. அடுத்து ஷோகன் எல்லாம் ஊட்டம் எடுத்துருவேன். அதுக்காக தான் பிடி. ஷோகன் 50-50 லாஸ் ஆச்சு அப்படின்னா அவ்வளோதான், ஹூட்டாவு தான். லாஸ் ஆகலை அப்படின்னா ஷோகன் பார்ப்போம். எனக்கு 2 கேரக்டர் எது கிடைச்சாலும் ஓகே தான் எனக்கு. ஷோகன் ஹூட்டாவ். ஓகே ஆர்கான் கோ ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவோமா? கமான் கமான் கமான். இது இருக்கு. எங்கே போகணும்?
しかしあなたの意見に合わせるとこの物語はサスペンス
47
になってしまう
47
ぞ
bro. 47 இது 43 இது.
論文とは何かわかるか？
அச்சோ
では君の
ஜாப்பனீஸ்ல
言葉を
வச்சிருக்கனே
借りて
ஒன்றும் புரியலையே உனக்கு பேசுறது.
好奇心からそう
சீக்கிரம் ஓட்டிட்டு மாத்திடுறேன். கீழே உட்காந்து படிச்சிட்டுலாம் இருக்க முடியாது.
スメール人が稲妻の謎の事件を研究。ああ。ちゃ。
எங்க அது? மெசேஜ் லாங்குவேஜ் இங்கிலீஷ். ஜாப்பனீஸ் கற்றுக்கோங்க ப்ரோ. ஜாப்பனீஸ் இதெல்லாம் பார்ப்பேன் ப்ரோ. நான் என்ன சொல்கிறது, அனிமிலாம் கேமில் வந்து ரொம்ப பெருசு பெருசாக பேசுகிறாங்களா, அது கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டமாக இருக்குது.
with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what
இதில்
they say about her,
பேராகிராஃபாக
this
இது
seems
பண்ணுறாங்க,
like the kind of
பேசுகிறானுங்க.
thing she'd know
அதுதான்
about.
கொஞ்சம் கேட்சப் பண்ண முடியல. புக்கிங் ஃபார் மீ.
You're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
No, no. Of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great
Genshin
exploits
Impact
when I was
அனிமில
still
வந்தா
in
பார்ப்பேன்.
Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to
ஜாப்பனீஸ்
face
நான் கூட
with you
பார்ப்பேன்.
and your
அது எனக்கு பிரச்சனை
mysterious
இருக்காது.
silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck.
500 எபிசோட்ஸ் வரும் போல. நருட்டோக்கு டஃப் கொடுத்துருவானுங்க. ஆனால்
examining the
அது மட்டும்
evidence.
கன்ஃபார்மாக தெரியும்.
Sorry.
So what,
Episodes
for
la.
the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kind of lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see. My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about
Killers வேற இருந்தா
Tatarasuna's
சரி.
past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind,
அது
I'd
எப்போ
love to
வருதுன்னு
show
தெரியல
you all
bro.
my outline for the book I'm writing about
இப்போதைக்கு
Tatarasuna.
அந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட் எடுத்துருக்காங்கன்னு மட்டும் தான்
Hold on,
நியூஸ் வந்தது.
Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive or a
எப்படியும்
first
ஆயிடும்.
read?
1 year ஆயிடும்னு
Fair
நினைக்கிறேன்.
point. In that case, please ease yourselves
2024
in
லாஸ்ட்ல
gently by
வந்தா
taking a
வரலாம்.
look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
2024
Let me
சாரி
give you
லாஸ்ட்
some background.
ஸ்டார்டிங்ல.
This all started with the
ஆமா இது என்ன
discovery of some
2023
records in
22 அதுவே எனக்கு தெரியல.
Tatarasuna.
முதல்ல டவுட்டா இருக்கு.
The
அதை சொல்லும்
writings
முதல்ல
mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi
2022ல இருக்குமா
Nagamasa,
23ல
who
இருக்குமா?
crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the sword maker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down,
நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர்
the
வரதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இல்ல.
records
அதுக்கு
also
அடுத்த வருஷம் தான்
mention
வரும்
a
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு.
kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word
இல்லனா
for
next
an
year lastல
eccentric
வரலாம்.
stranger, someone who dresses funny
வர
or
வாய்ப்பு இருந்தா.
acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
அதான் ப்ரோ
Yes,
2023
my
அப்படின்னா
thoughts exactly.
எண்டில் வரலாம்.
So I helped out too.
Um,
I asked everyone I could think
Inter
of
season
if they
say
knew anything about
inter
what
season
happened
அப்போ
back
வரலாம்.
then. And wow,
அப்படி இல்லைன்னா
did
அதுக்கு
I
அடுத்த
get
வருஷம் தான்.
lucky?
அதுக்கு அடுத்த வருஷம் சம்மர் சீசனில் வரலாம்.
This part's important.
நெக்ஸ்ட்
I
இயர்
just wanted to
வின்டர்
make it
அப்படி இல்லைன்னா
stand out.
அதுக்கு அடுத்த இயர்
It
சம்மர்.
just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did,
இடையில
in
வரதுக்கு
fact,
வாய்ப்புகள் கம்மி.
live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths?
ஆனால் அனிமேஷன் மட்டும்
like
நல்லா இருந்துச்சு.
Ishin Arts and
கென்ஷன்
so
பெரிய அனிமே மாதிரி விடும் ப்ரோ.
Wow,
அனிமேஷன்லாம்
yes,
வெறியா
you
இருக்கும் ப்ரோ.
really know your stuff. That makes
Demon
things
Slayer
easier.
animate பண்ண
So
கம்பெனி தான்
basically,
எடுத்திருக்கு.
this Niwa was a distant relative
Demon
of the
Slayer தெரியும்ல?
Kaidahara clan, the
அட
last
ஒன் பஞ்ச் மேன் அந்த பேரை
practitioners of
சொல்லாதீங்க.
Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened
இந்த
in the
பேரை தான் நீங்க
Kaidahara
அனிமி
clan,
பத்தி பேசிட்டு
leading to
இருக்கும்போது
their
இந்த பேரை
downfall.
சொல்லலன்னு நினைச்சு
I don't know the
சந்தோஷப்பட்டேன்.
details, but
பார்த்தா
taken
இப்போ
in light of
சொல்றீங்க.
everything else going on around that
நான் நல்ல
time,
மூட்ல
it
இருக்கேன் ப்ரோ.
makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
டீமன் ஸ்லேயர் கம்பெனி தான் ப்ரோ. அதை அனிமேட் பண்ண கம்பெனி தான் எடுத்திருக்காங்க இந்த ப்ராஜெக்டை. ஸோ நல்லா வரும். ஒன் பஞ்ச் மேன் பிடிக்காதா? ஜோக்கர் ப்ரோ கிட்ட கேளுங்க, அந்த பேரை கேட்டாலே டென்ஷன் ஆவேன் நான். ஒரு குத்து மனிதன்.
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
No, Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree. It
அதாவது
does.
ஒன்
Considering
பஞ்ச்
that
மேன்
non-human
பிடிக்காத
races in
மெயின் ரீசன்
Inazuma
அதோட
are by no
டாக்ஸிக்
means
ஃபேன்ஸ் தான்.
uncommon.
அவ்வளோ
Spooky
சொல்லுவேன்.
events are to be expected.
அந்த அனிமி நான் இது
And
வரைக்கும்
that's
அந்த அளவுக்கு
exactly what
பார்த்ததில்ல.
my book is about. Please take a look.
என்ன சொல்கிறது ப்ரோ, டென்ஷன் ஏன் ப்ரோவா? அந்த அனிமி நான் அந்தளவுக்கு பார்த்ததில்ல ப்ரோ. ஸோ அந்த அனிமியோட கான்செப்ட் என்ன அப்படின்றதுலாம் எனக்கு தெரியாது, ஓகேவா? ஆனால் அதோட டாக்ஸிக் ஃபேன்ஸ் இருக்கிறானுங்க பாருங்க, அவனுங்களால மட்டும்தான் எனக்கு அது மேலே அவ்வளோ பெரிய வெறுப்பு வந்தது காரணமே.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his
சுத்தமாக
more
பிடிக்காம போனது
creative
காரணம் அதான்.
approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts.
ஃபுல் அண்ட் ஃபுல்
I
அவனுங்களோட
don't think explaining everything away with
அந்த அனிமியோட ஃபேன்ஸ்
mysterious
மட்டும்தான்.
forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
டாக்ஸிசிட்டி ஆமாம் ப்ரோ, இருக்கிறதுல அதாவது என்ன சொல்கிறது, டாக்ஸிக் ஃபேன்ஸ் கொண்ட அனிமி எது அப்படின்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒன் பஞ்ச் மேன் தான், அதுக்கு அடுத்தது டிராகன் பால், அதுக்கு அடுத்தது நருட்டோ. இது மூணு தான் டாக்ஸிக் ஃபேன்ஸ் அதிகமே. அதில் ஒன் பஞ்ச் மேன்லாம் ரொம்ப பண்ணுவானுங்க, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அவனுங்க தான்.
Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let
Hi
me know.
Gunalan bro,
Thanks
welcome
so
to the
much.
stream. குணாலனு கூட தெரியும்னு நினைக்கிறேன், நான் அந்த பேரை கேட்டா கோவமாவானு.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
ஆமா சாப்பிட்டாச்சாராம் ப்ரோ.
Okay, then even if we did
ராம்
know
ப்ரோ
something
குணா ப்ரோ
about it,
ரெண்டு
we
பேரும் சாப்பிட்டீங்களா?
probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him
கனுக்கி
locked
மாங்கா
up.
கிடைக்குமா?
Information about people
மாங்கா
like
சாப்டர்
that is
15 மேல
really
லிங்க்.
super
ஜோக்கர் ப்ரோ
confidential,
வரட்டும்
isn't
ப்ரோ
it?
கேட்குறேன்.
If you ask me,
நானே
though,
அவர்கிட்ட இருந்து எல்லா
both of
லிங்க்கும்
us should
வாங்குவேன்.
just pick a different topic. There must be as many
ஒரு
icky
சிலது அவர்
topics
என்கிட்ட
as
இருந்து
there are
வாங்குவாரு.
trees in the
அவரு
forest. There's no point in...
அவர் தான் ஆனால் அதிகமாக வச்சுட்டு இருப்பாரு. மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த அனிமி லிங்க் நான் கொஞ்சம் தான்.
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by over there. It looked like...
ஓகே ஓகே ப்ரோ. என்ன ஸ்காரா முசு போகிறான்?
No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Keep up. Keep up.
என்ன நஹீடா இருக்கு? நானும் நிறைய
Paimon, there you
பார்த்துட்டு
are.
நானா ஆனோஸ் அனிமி மாங்கா
Nahida,
இன்னும்
bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling
கிடைக்கல.
around in
சாப்டர்
public.
15க்கு மேலே.
Did he escape or...
ஓகே
It's
ஓகே.
him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal.
உங்களோட
And he's
ஃபேவரட்
gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for
அனிமி
me. A deal?
ஜென்ரஸ் என்ன?
You sure you trust this
எனக்கு
guy?
என்ன சொல்கிறது ஃபேவரட்லாம் இல்லை ப்ரோ. நான் எல்லா
What did you
அனிமியும் பார்ப்பேன்.
expect? Why do you think Sumeru would
ஆனால்
keep me around
இந்த
otherwise?
லவ் பேஸ்ட்
Or
அனிமி
maybe
பிடிக்காது.
killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the
மற்றபடி
case,
இந்த ஃபைட்டு
why
ஸ்டோரிஸ்
haven't you done
அதெல்லாம்
it
எனக்கு
already?
பிடிக்கும்.
Flatter
எல்லாமே பார்ப்பேன்.
yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
இசாக்கியா? ஓகே ஓகே.
Well, that escalated
இசாக்கி
quickly.
அனிமி
Not a good start.
நல்ல டேஸ்ட் ப்ரோ.
Could I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida.
ஓகே
Don't
ஓகே.
let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's
ஆனால்
judgment.
எனக்கு இந்த லவ்
Just
பேஸ்ட் பிடிக்காது
when
அந்த
you
அளவுக்கு.
think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us. As long as the
ஒரு
terms are
அனிமி டவுன்லோட்
reasonable,
பண்ணி இன்னும் பார்க்கவே இல்லை
I
நான்.
don't think there's a
இருக்கும்னு
problem in making a
நினைக்கிறேன்.
deal, even with the balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you.
டவுன்லோட்ஸ்
Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained
இது வரைக்கும் பாருங்க
valuable
எபிசோடு 1
information.
3
You'll come to
4
understand
0
more about that in the
டவுன்லோட்
fullness
பண்ணியிருக்கு.
of
இன்னும்
time.
பார்க்கல இதை. என்ன
The
ஆச்சுன்னா
balladeer's power was all but completely spent after
சீசன்
your battle.
1 டவுன்லோட் பண்ணும்போது
He's no
சீசன்
longer
2
strong
டவுன்லோட்
enough
பண்ணிட்டேன்.
to be a strategic
சீசன்
threat to us.
1ல
That
செகண்ட்
puts
எபிசோட்ல
him
இருந்து
in
தான்
quite
டவுன்லோட்
a
ஆயிருக்கு.
precarious position.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எபிசோட் டவுன்லோட் ஆகல.
Plus,
அது
he's a
பார்க்கணும்.
former harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui
இங்கிலீஷ்
sensitive
நல்லா இருக்கு ப்ரோ.
secrets.
நல்ல டேஸ்ட்.
Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Sometimes it's you using them, other times
நான் இப்போ
it's
ஜோஜோ
them using
பார்த்துக்கிட்டு
you.
இருக்கேன்.
Most
ஜோஜோவா?
human
நைஸ் நைஸ்.
relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Events in the Shadow, Beast Tamer. Okay.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends. So I
செயின்சா
guess
மேன்
you'll be
பார்க்கணும். அது
siding
நானும்
with
பார்க்கணும்
them.
ப்ரோ. அது
Yeah,
செயின்சா மேன்.
obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run.
என்ன நல்லவனா
Where we
மாறுறானா?
go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right. Then I'll do what we agreed.
கோட் கேஸ் பார்க்கணும்.
Good. Go now
நானும்
and keep in
நினைக்கிறேன். ஆனால்
touch.
டைம் கிடைக்கல.
Nahida,
ஓகே ஓகே ப்ரோ.
are you serious
நானே
about
கோட்
this?
கேஸ் பாதி தான் பார்த்தேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பாதி கூட இருக்காது. 12th
I
எபிசோடு
have
13
no
எபிசோடோ
reasons for this decision.
பார்த்து நிற்க வச்சிருக்கேன்.
In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit. Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that? Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information and should be able to find it more quickly.
நஹீடாக்கு கென்ஜுட்ஸு யூஸ் பண்ண தெரியும் தானே? ஆமாம் ப்ரோ. கென்ஜுட்ஸு யூஸ் பண்ணும்.
What if you
அதை யூஸ் பண்ணி தானே ஸ்டார்டிங்கில் இவன்
us as enemies every time we run into him? I understand.
ஸ்காராமுஸ் அந்த ஸ்டார்டிங்கில்
But sometimes
1000
everything is
டைம்ஸோ
dictated
நம்ம
by which side you're on. How things
ஃபைட்
will
பண்ணி
go
அந்த
in the
டேட்டாவை
future
கலெக்ட் பண்ணுமே
depends on what information
அவனோட
he
கனவுல.
brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing, a feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it. Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help? I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord.
Genshin
Seems
Impactல
like we
நருட்டோ
have a
கொலாபரேஷன் வந்தால்
telepathic
எப்படி இருக்கும்?
connection. In fact,
நருட்டோ
I was
கொலாபரேஷன்
going to
வந்தால்
ask you to supervise the
நல்லா தான்
Balladeer on
இருக்கும்.
my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a
எனக்கு
fraction
மதுராவை
of his
கொடுத்துட்டு
full
சொல்லுங்க.
power left, that's still a fraction of a
My
former
favorite.
harbinger.
மதுரா
If you
உச்சியா.
could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul. Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh,
இவனுக்கு இந்த ட்ரெஸ் தான் எனக்கு
but I guess
பிடிச்சிருக்குது.
you panicked when you realized
அந்த
that
இது
I might
கொடுத்துருக்கத
enter
விட
Irminsul ahead of you.
வாண்டரராக கொடுத்துருக்கத விட இந்த ட்ரெஸ் நல்லா இருக்கு.
Jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul. Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Tevat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining
Yeah,
the look on
ஆனா
your
காலை
travel
உதச்சிக்கிட்டு
companion's
பா.
face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
ஸ்காராமுஷை தொடக்கூடாது சொல்லியிருக்கான்.
It looks the same in every direction. No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk? Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends.
எம்சியும் பேசுகிற மாதிரி தான்
There's
நல்லா
nothing
இருக்கும்.
wrong with us
எம்சியை மட்டும்
talking
வாயை
like
ஜிப்பு
this
போட்டு
once in a
வச்சுட்டானுங்க.
while.
வாய் திறக்கூட மாட்டேங்குது.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. Smart and attentive as always. So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation. Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement! You have to share it with us!
Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Whoa!
என்னாச்சு?
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want... What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still... I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torachiyo, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace, And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment.
நினைச்சேன்டா
A moment
இதுல கூட முதுகுல
like
குத்துறீங்களாடா
this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it. That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa, already dead. What a pity.
Nadari doctor.
Jester, I have completed the task you gave me, creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore. Dottore! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine? But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but
Hi Loki bro, welcome to the stream.
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon.
சாப்பிட்டாச்சா?
It's natural that you find it difficult to understand.
என்ன பண்றீங்க?
Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the kabuki mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor.
Bro, mute-ல இருக்கா?
Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster
இல்ல
in
bro.
Inazuma that would
இந்த
bear
ஸ்டோரி
fruit in
பார்த்துக்கிட்டு
the
இருந்தேன்.
future.
உங்களுக்கு டிலேல வருதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். கொஞ்சம் டிலே.
The balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put
நாய்ஸ்
Niwa's
கேன்சலேஷன்
heart
ஆக்டிவேட்
into the
பண்ணிருக்கேன் bro.
device and handed it to the balladeer.
உங்களுக்கு கரெக்ட்டா கேட்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன் நான்
He
பேசுறது.
instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the
இன்னைக்கு என்ன
balladeer
ஸ்பெஷல்?
survived.
இன்னைக்கு ஒன்றும்
He
பெருசா
left the
ஸ்பெஷல் இல்லை ப்ரோ.
furnace in
காழை
sheer
குழம்பு பஜ்ஜி.
exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to
வாழைக்காய்
have
பஜ்ஜி.
protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dotori, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Tevat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
கான்ட்ரியா பத்தி கேளுங்க.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time. I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me. Give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside your head? No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past? Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second. happened?
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me. So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. Oh no, he's really gone!
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out!
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before? He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible! Right! You can't just rewrite history! All that stuff happened already in real life! It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it! So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Oh, Paimon's so confused. Huh? Ah! Sorry, Paimon accidentally... possible in Irminsul? Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh! Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too? There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake. And Dragon chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation. Golden shrimp balls. Triple layered consomme. Lotus seed and bird egg soup. And...
பைமான் பேர் லைன் அடுக்குனதுக்கே போதை ஆயிடுச்சா?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon certainly can't remember what she was talking about. The balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name though.
பெலடியர் அழிஞ்சிட்டானா? அதுக்குள்ளேயா?
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said? So, the balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something. Okay, sure. Where are we going? Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Nice. Inuzuma.
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Aminoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, Only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. They learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well. My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
இது எங்க காமிசாட்டோ எஸ்டேட்டா ஓகே காமிசாட்டோ காமிசாட்டோ
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters.
Traveler! It's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say? Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual on the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next? Great! Goodbye, ma'am! Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Party voice பயங்கரமா கொடுத்திருக்காங்கப்பா.
Are you two leaving already?
Yep.
Yes, yes.
Everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
மெலடியர் நினைவுல இருந்து அழிஞ்சிட்டியடா. இதுக்காக வாடா எல்லாம் பண்ண. இங்க எதுக்கு? யார் இது?
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier?
What are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand? Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here. Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000
wanderer-ஆ
years.
வருவானா?
Still, the furnace has had a couple of
அப்படி
serious
போகுதோ?
maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last
கடைசியில
few
பெலடியர்
years, the other
அழிச்சிட்டீங்கடா.
was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
The doctor still supported the furnace.
Weren't you gonna ask Xavier
Okay.
something about Tatarasuna? Come on!
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
ஆமா history lesson.
Neither.
பெலடியர்
Herman
அழிஞ்சிட்டானான்னு
doesn't know
பார்க்கணும்.
what's gotten into this one today.
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு
He's like
பெலடியரா
he's
போய்
been
வாண்டரரா
preparing for
வருவான்னு
a
நினைக்கிறேன்.
history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much. So, can I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of a kabuki mono connected to Tatarasuna?
A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned. Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for. Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you. Come on, you gotta keep it together. Why don't you grab something to eat? You can't go facing life's challenges on an empty stomach. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
அடுத்தங்க நிஷிடாவா? நிஷிடா. கண்ணித்தீவு பொண்ணா கட்டெரும்பு கண்ணா கட்டு மரத்துடுக்க போல இடுபாட்டுது கட்டு மரத்து கண்டிப்பா நான் வந்துட்டு காட்டி கடுப்பு ஏத்துறோம் வாங்கு வாங்கு என்ன யாரும் இல்லையா யாருன்னு இல்லை ஓகே இட்ஸ் ஓகே ஓகே
Keep up. Hey,
Hey, it's them.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
ஓ இருக்கீங்களா ப்ரோ? ஓகே ஓகே ப்ரோ. நீங்கள் இதெல்லாம் முடிச்சிட்டிங்களா?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we
இந்த
discussed
கான்செப்ட்
last time.
பெலடியராக போயிட்டு
Obviously.
ஆண்ட்ரராக வருவானா?
Still looking
இல்லை
for more info about Tatara
அழிஞ்சிட்டான்னு
Suna, huh?
நினைக்கிறேன்.
Should we join them?
ஆனால் பெலடியர் கேரக்டர் காலி அது தெரியுது இது பார்த்தா.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress. Huh? Oh, of course.
ஓகே ஓகே. மொத்தமாக எவ்வளோ ப்ரீமோ ஜெம்ஸ் ப்ரோ கொடுத்தான்
I
இதில்?
presume you'll want to read
எனக்கு
mine
இது
as
வரைக்கும்
well.
ப்ரீமோ ஜெம்மே கொடுக்கல.
Here.
2 முறை கம்ப்ளீட் ஆகிருக்கு. 2 முறை புக்கு தான்.
Well, what do you think?
Hey, Traveler, remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma, so how about we tell them what we learned?
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
அதே மாதிரி எனக்கு இன்னொரு புதுட்டு என்னென்னா நம்மளோட எம்சிக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா
So many
இந்த
new
இடத்துல
details. Thank you so
ஒரு
much for
விஷயம்
sharing
மறைஞ்சு
that with
போகுது
us.
அப்படின்னா
Well, well. So it all comes down to
எம்சிக்கு
one
மட்டும்தான்
man's
ஞாபகம்
desire
இருக்குது.
for
மற்ற
revenge.
எல்லாருக்குமே மறந்து இன்க்ளூடிங் காட்ஸ்.
You
ஓகேவா?
heard this from a member of the
இந்த
Amanoma
கான்செப்ட் நல்லா
clan, you
ஞாபகம்
say?
வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஆனால்
Well, I guess
பைமான்
it must be true.
பைமானும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த
Ugh.
உலகத்தை சேர்ந்தது இல்லை.
So there's no ghost story
அப்புறம்
here
அதுக்கு எப்படி மறந்து
after
போகுது?
all.
அது நடிக்குதா?
This new information actually lends
இந்த
further
பேட்ச் கம்மி
credence to my
ப்ரீமோ
hypothesis.
கம்மின்னு நினைக்கிறேன்
Evidently,
ப்ரோ.
swordsmiths were seen as
ஓகே
having an
ஓகே ப்ரோ.
incredibly prestigious role in society those
நானும்
days,
அதான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
எனக்கு அந்த டவுட்டு தான் இருக்குது பைமான் மேலே. பைமான் நடிக்குதான்னு.
Oh, so sorry.
பைமான்
Look at
ஃபஸ்ட்டு
us,
பைமானே
prattling
இல்லையான்னா
on
உனக்கு
about our projects and
எனக்கு
ignoring
டவுட்
you.
இருக்குது. உங்கள் யாருக்காவது இருக்கா?
Thank you so much for the information.
ஏன்னா பிகாஸ் அது ஆப்வியஸாக இந்த உலகத்தை சேர்ந்ததும் இல்லை.
Keep us in the loop if
நம்மளோட
you
மெயின்
find
கேரக்டரும்
anything
வந்து
else.
பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த உலகத்தை சேர்ந்தது இல்லை. அதனால தான் வந்துட்டு இந்த உலகத்தில் ஒரு விஷயம் மறைஞ்சு போகுது அப்படின்னா இந்த உலகத்தில் இருக்கவங்களுக்கு தான் அஃபெக்ட் ஆகுது. நம்மளோட எம்சிக்கு அஃபெக்ட் ஆகலை. ஆனால் பைமானுக்கும் அஃபெக்ட் ஆகுதான். அது எப்படி? பேசாமல் பைமானு சூப் வச்சு குடிச்சிட்டா எல்லா மிஸ்டேக்கும் சால்வ் ஆகிடும். ஐ திங்க் ஸோ. அதான் ப்ரோ பைமானும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா செலஸ்டியல் தான். நம்மளோட எம்சியும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா செலஸ்டியல்ஸ் தான். ஓகேவா? இந்த இந்த உலகத்தில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கிரேட்டர் ராடு தூக்கடி பாட அரைஞ்சி போகும்போதும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எல்லாருக்குமே மறந்துடுச்சு, இன்க்ளூடிங் நஹிடாக்கு. அதுக்கும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அது இருந்த அடையாளமே தெரியாமல் மறந்துடுச்சு. இந்த பாருங்க, இதுவும் பாருங்க ஹெலடியரும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மறந்துடுச்சு. ஆனால் இந்த கான்செப்ட் படி பார்த்தா அந்த பைமானுக்கும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த ஞாபகம் இருக்கணும். ஆனால் இல்லை. அது எப்படி? நிறைய விஷயம் மிஸ்டீரியஸாக இருக்கிறதே வந்துட்டு ஹெலடியரோ அதுவோ இதுவோ கிடையாது. இதுதான் மெயினே. மெயினாக பைமான் தான் வந்துட்டு பெரிய மிஸ்டீரியஸாக இருக்கிறது. அதுவும் பைமான் பறக்க தெரியும். பைமானுக்கு பறக்க தெரியும். அதுக்கு வந்து பார்த்தா ஆனால் நஹிடா பேக்கு அது என்னமோ உண்மைதான். இது அஹிடாக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பறக்க தெரியும். அஹிடா பறக்கிறதுக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா விங்ஸு தேவையில்லை, ஓகேவா? ஆனால் எல்லாத்துக்கும் பிகினிங்கில் என்ன சொல்லுவான், ஹைமான் வந்துட்டு தண்ணிக்குள்ளே ட்ரவுன் ஆக போகுது, அந்த டைமில் வந்துட்டு இதில் மாட்டுச்சு, தூண்டிலில் மாட்டுச்சுன்னு. அது எப்படி? அதுக்கு ஏதோ ரெக்கை தேவைப்படுது பறக்கிறதுக்கு அப்படின்னா கூட ரெக்கை ஈரமாயிடுச்சு உள்ளே முழுகுதுன்னலாம். ஆனால் அது ரெக்கையே இல்லாமல் தான் அது பறந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கு, அது எப்படி உள்ளே முழுகும்? அதுதான் பெரிய புதிராக இருக்குது எனக்கு. இந்த ஒட்டுமொத்த இதுலேயே வந்துட்டு ஏத்தர் என்னத்துக்கு, அதாவது இவனோட ஹிப்ளிங் என்னத்துக்கு அந்த மாதிரி மாறினான்ற புதிரை விட பைமான் புதிரு தான் எனக்கு பெருசாக இருக்கு.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly,
எவ்வளோ நடிக்குது பார்த்தீங்களா இது?
I remember it a little differently.
பைமான் அப்படியே கியூட்டா.
I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the
And
world?
Dane self.
Yes.
Either future
Theoretically
self
speaking, it is possible to do this.
சொல்கிறாங்க.
I'm struggling to imagine the
அது
kind of person who would
வாய்ப்பு
dare go
இருக்கான்னு
through
தெரியல
with
ப்ரோ.
it. The traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no
டெயின்
information about
ஃபியூச்சர்
her in
செல்ஃபாக
Irminsul.
இருந்திருந்தான் அப்படின்னா
And it also
ஃபஸ்ட்டு
explains
நம்மளை
why
மீட்
any
பண்ணும்போது
changes to Irminsul
அவன் என்ன
won't
சொல்லுவான்னா,
affect her. So if
நம்ம
there's no
பண்ணுறது
one in
எல்லாமே
the
அவன்
world
பண்ணுற
capable
மாதிரி
of
இருக்குதுன்னு தான்
retaining
சொல்லுவான்.
memories from a past that
அவன்
has
பண்ணுற
been
மாதிரி இருக்குதுன்னா
written,
எய்த்தர்
it's
பண்ணுற மாதிரி
you.
தான் இருக்குதுன்னு சொல்லி சொல்லுவானே தவிர நான் பண்ணுற
Quite
மாதிரி இருக்குதுன்னு
incredible when
அவன்
you think about it.
சொல்லவே மாட்டான். அவன் எய்த்தராக இருக்க சான்ஸ் கம்மி, அப்படிதான் நான் சொல்லுவேன்.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's
அதுவும் வந்துட்டு அவன் வந்து
motivations.
பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டாக வாய் விட்டு சொல்லு,
Why did he
மனசுக்குள்ளே தான்
do it?
I can only make
நினச்சானே அதெல்லாம்.
inferences based on the information we've been given.
அவன் பண்ணுற மாதிரி இருக்குது, அவன்
As
பண்ணுற
for
மாதிரி
what
இருக்குன்னு தான்
kind of
ஒரு
person
ஒரு முறை
he
நினைப்பான்.
was,
அவன் திங்க் பண்ணுற மாதிரி தான்
only
நம்ம
you
திங்க்
remember
பண்ணுறோம்
that.
அப்படி இப்படின்னு. அதே மாதிரி டெயின் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த சாபத்தால் அஃபெக்ட் ஆகியிருக்க வேண்டிய சான்ஸே இல்லையே. காண்ட்ரியா மக்கள் வந்து நார்மல் ஹியூமன்ஸு, அவங்க வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா செலஸ்டியாவோட அதாவது செலஸ்டியாவில் இருக்க காட்ஸோட சாபத்தால் அந்த மாதிரி சேஞ்ச் ஆனாங்க. எய்த்தர் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டாக செலஸ்டியாவிலேருந்து தானே வந்தானே. மேபி அம்னீஷியா, மேபி ப்ரோ. இப்போ நான் எய்த்தர் கேரக்டர் இருந்தாலும் ஹுமின் தானே இருந்திருப்பா அந்த இடத்துல ஆப்போசிட்டில். அப்போ எப்படி டெயின் ஃபியூச்சராக வந்திருப்பான் அது சொல்லுங்க. நான் இப்போ எய்த்தர் எடுத்திருந்தேன்னா ஹுமின் தான் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அங்கே இருந்திருப்பா. அப்போ டெயின் என்ன
Something else,
டயோனாவா வருவாளா?
Marley? Something that you can't share? It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends,
எப்படி நான்
it would
சொல்கிற
be hard
இது
not to try.
கரெக்டாக தானே இருக்குது.
The
இப்போ
story
நான்
makes
வந்துட்டு
sense,
லுமின் எடுத்துருக்கிறேன். ஸோ
every part of it.
எய்த்தர் அங்கே இருக்கிறான். ஸோ நம்மளோட டெய்னாக வந்திருக்கிறான்.
The Balladeer
அவன்
tried to
ஃபியூச்சர்
achieve
அப்படின்னா
godhood with the
சப்போஸ் நான்
doctor's
அப்படியே
help.
உள்டாவா எய்த்தர்
He was
எடுத்திருந்தேன்னா லுமின் தான் அங்கே
unsuccessful,
வந்திருப்பா.
but
அப்புறம் எப்படி
retained the
டெயின்
power to connect with
ஃபியூச்சராக வந்திருப்பான்?
Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul
இந்த
and erase
டைம்
himself,
இதெல்லாம் போனாலே
even though he
ரொம்ப
didn't have much
கன்ஃபியூசிங்காக இருக்கும். ஆனால்
strength
கொஞ்சம்
left.
தெளிவாக முடிவு எடுக்கலாம் ஈஸியாக. நீங்கள் க்ளூஸ்
Does make sense, but
இந்த சின்ன சின்ன க்ளூஸ்
still
தான், அதை
ended a
பார்த்தாலே நீங்கள் முடிவு
tragedy
எடுக்க
for his
முடியும்.
friends.
அதால்
It
வந்துட்டு
just feels
டெயின்
so
எய்த்தர்
hopeless.
அப்படின்றதெல்லாம்
He
சும்மா
did
ரீலு.
everything to do this, but It seems
ஏன்னா
like
அவன்
he
அஃபெக்ட்
got
ஆகிருக்க வேண்டிய
nothing in
சான்ஸே இல்லையே.
return.
அது என்னமோ உண்மைதான் ப்ரோ. அகிடா டீம் ஈஸியாக இருக்கும்.
Please wait a moment.
அதே
I want to
மாதிரி
check
எய்த்தரும்
something.
நம்மளோட ட்வின் பிரதர் தான். ஸோ வந்துட்டு அவனும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா செலஸ்டி
Found
ஹவுசஸ்
it.
சேர்ந்தவன் தான்.
This should be the one.
டெயின் வந்துட்டு இந்த உலகத்தில் இருந்தவன். ஸோ
It turns
அவனுக்கு
out
அந்த
that
சாபம் அஃபெக்ட் ஆச்சு.
I have a
எய்த்தருக்கு
strange
எதுக்கு
way of
அஃபெக்ட் ஆகணும்?
confirming everything she has
அந்த
told us.
ஃபேஸ் எல்லாம் ஒரு மாதிரிலாம் இருக்கும். அவனும் அந்த
What is
கேர்ஸால்
it?
அஃபெக்ட் ஆகிருப்பான். அது
A
எதுக்கு அஃபெக்ட்
record from
ஆகணும்?
my personal collection.
அதெல்லாம்
It was
இவனுக்கு ஏதோ
tucked away
பேசணும்
in a
அப்படின்னு சொல்லி
corner.
பேசிட்டு இருக்கானுங்க.
You should
அவன்
take a
கலர்லேயே
look.
முடி வச்சுக்கிட்டு அவன் அப்படி இருந்தாலே வந்துட்டு ஃபியூச்சர் செல்ஃப் அப்படின்ட்டு இருக்கான். ஃபியூச்சர் செல்ஃப்லாம் கிடையாது.
Is this a fairy tale?
வாய் இருக்குதுன்றது நல்லா உருட்டுவானுங்க. உன் வாய் உன் உருட்டு அப்படின்னு.
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale
வரா
that somehow has something to do with the balladeer?
வரா
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us, the now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, But the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the balladeer's story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see,
Nachi.
and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahida's right. Cheer up! How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head?
You got it! Come on, Traveler! You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar! That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you.
லோக்கி ப்ரோ இருக்கீங்களா? ஸ்காராமுஷ் எடுத்தீங்களே எப்படி இருக்கு? கிராண்ட் பஜார் எப்படி போகணும்?
Keep up.
அவனுக்கு வெப்பன் இல்லை ப்ரோ.
We're here! What should we eat
ஓகே
first?
ஓகே. நீங்க எப்படி அவனை எடுக்கணும்னே எடுத்தீங்களா இல்ல சும்மா உருட்ட போய் அவன் கிடைச்சிட்டானா?
Hey, are you gonna answer or what? All right, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat. What is it? Have you figured it all out? Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
ஜாலிக்கு எடுத்துன்னு ப்ரோ. ஓகே ஓகே. ஜாலிக்கு எடுத்தீங்கன்னா ஓகே ப்ரோ. ஏன்னா அவன் கொஞ்சம் காம்ப்ளிகேட்டட். அவன் ஒரு நல்ல கேரக்டர் தான். நல்ல கேரக்டர் இல்லைன்னா நான் சொல்ல மாட்டேன். ஆனால் ஃப்ரீ டு
Excuse me, boss.
ப்ளே
There
கேரக்டருக்கு
seems to be a small problem
காம்ப்ளிகேட்டட்.
with the last bill. Look, here.
வாண்டரர் இதோ இருக்கான் பெலடியர்.
Hey! Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here,
கோஆப்ல ஃபன்னாக
you
இருக்கும்
can't
ப்ளே
keep
பண்ணா.
spacing
அது
out,
நம்ம
okay?
கரெக்டு தான் ப்ரோ.
What is it? Work's too boring for
ஃபன்னாக
you?
தான் இருக்கும்.
Or has the big city got
பட்
too many distractions?
ஸ்டில்
I
F2Pக்கு
wasn't paying close enough attention.
அது கொஞ்சம்
Sorry,
இதுதான்.
boss.
கொஞ்சம் டிஃபிகல்ட்டான இது.
I think
புரியுது.
you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something? He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now? Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
வெளியில இருக்கானா உள்ள இருக்கானா?
Keep up. Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back. Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice. Have we met before? No, we haven't met. But you know me? I have no recollection.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right! The look on his face!
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important. Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it.
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Then let's return to the city.
Keep up. Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye.
3.4 பத்தி
Thank you again
ஒரு
for
லீக்
taking me into
கூட
the
வரல.
city.
ஆமாம் ப்ரோ.
Don't
வரும்.
mention it, kiddo. I've run into all
சீக்கிரமா வரும்னு
kinds of
நினைக்கிறேன்.
characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
அவன் போட்டு போனதை நான் எடுத்துக்கிறேன்டா. நஹிடா நாங்க பெலண்டியரை கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டோம்.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain.
Wanderer does look cool. அவன் நல்லா தான் ப்ரோ இருக்கான், ஆனால் எனக்கு அவனை தான் ரொம்ப பிடிச்சிருக்கு.
But in your case, it seems that it ought to be
Electro
called
character.
previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation? Oh, okay. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation. If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did. And many died because of you. As in, you drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
we met on the street. He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you.
உள்ள போனா ஃபைட் நடக்குமான்னு?
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because
Take a
this
healer
is
if
kind
needed.
of like his
Healer வேணுமா?
birthplace?
You could
பார்க்கலாம் bro.
say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
எந்த அளவுக்கு இருக்கும் ஃபைட் உள்ள?
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The crystal... No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Multiple
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby.
என்ன எனிமீஸ் ப்ரோ? அந்த உல்ஃப் வருமா?
During the
மெயின் கேள்வியா தான்.
Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
No, I was confused. Okay.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
No.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and
எந்த
happy
பக்கம்
life?
போகணும்? ஓ. கீழே இருக்கும்.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. he doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabuki Mono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
அப்பா என்ன இது இதுவே எப்படி காவு வாங்கிடுச்சு
Not now. Huh? What are we
நான் ஃபைட்ஸ் இருக்கும்
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad
keep
got
an eye
sick.
for chests okay bro
He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever. This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too. The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
ஓகே இங்க ஏதாவது செஸ்ட் இருக்கா இல்ல அடேங்கப்பா ஐ திங்க் நிறைய இடத்துல ஒலிக்க வச்சிருப்பானுங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் Oh, enemies.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon, one that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
Fatuvia.
Fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
I hear everything!
Let's end this quickly! I will end you.
Power that ended Haishan! Stars, shine for me.
Don't waste time.
Keep on.
Harden up.
Ha! Sa! Ha!
Use this first.
Ha! Fancy? Whom? Ha! Sa! I'll uproot you.
One with the
Let's
forest.
end this quickly. This is bad. I guess this is it. That seemed to work.
டேய்
Enshroud.
நீலாம் அடிப்பியாடா?
Let's nip that in the bud.
Use this first.
My guiding stars.
Can't see.
That seemed to work.
சைட்டான்.
Use this first.
டேய் நான் எவ்வளோ நான் அடிச்சிட்டு இருக்கேன் உன.
Keep up.
இது வேற இருக்குது. வாடா.
That seemed to work.
Okay.
Boba, get them.
Use this first.
Race you.
That seemed to work.
Excuse me.
The night is cold.
Okay. யார் ஆமா.
Use this first. I must counterattack.
One with the forest. I'll uproot you.
Can't run. Well, neither can I. Not breaking a sweat. No slacking off.
To ashes.
Don't be a killjoy. Just for a drag. This isn't over. No excuse for slacking. My duty. You can't run. Well, neither can I.
My guiding stars.
One with the forest. Ha! I hear everything.
Not now.
Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
Ha!
You can't run. Well, I miscalculated.
ஹீரோ ஷீல்டு உடைக்கும் தெரிஞ்சா அப்பயே ஏதாவது பண்ணிருக்கலாம். பரவாயில்ல இப்பயும் ஒன்றும் இல்லை.
This place is dark.
This place is dark. இங்க தான் அவனை மீட் பண்ணுவாங்களா
Paimon knows
அப்போ?
this place. It's the delusion factory in Inazuma.
அது மட்டும்
In
உனக்கு
the
ஞாபகம் இருக்கா?
original version of events, the traveler once encountered the balladeer here. Such a creepy atmosphere, and so familiar. Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me?
Shinhora.
Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong
ஓ
suit.
ஷின்னோரா
For
அடிக்கிற
the
மாதிரி
task
வராதுல்ல.
ahead, I suggest you keep your true
இந்த
feelings
இடத்துல லெவல்
to
90 ஷின்னோரா
yourself.
அடிக்கிறது கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டமா இருக்கும்.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're
எனக்கு இந்த
invincible.
பேலடியர் லுக் அதிகமாக
And don't
பிடிச்சிருக்கு.
let your emotions get
காண்டரரை
in
விட.
the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results and your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
One with the forest! Sir, I'll uproot you!
The night is cold. Got you. Nice and spicy. Out of my sight. Loba, get them! My guiding stars.
அங்கேருந்து வாசனியனே சந்திர போய் பொந்துக்கிட்டு
The night is cold.
Ha! In shroud! Sir! Ha! Goom! Keep hot!
Got you. Out of my sight.
Sir!
Got you. Not now. A magic
Can't see.
power flows through me.
Sir!
The night is cold.
இதே இங்கே போய் உட்காந்துக்கிட்டு
One with the forest!
வந்து தொலைய மாட்டேங்குது.
Ha! Sir!
Out of my sight.
Are you here to play with me?
My guiding stars.
Let me amuse myself a little.
Let's nip that in the bud!
Blink. The night is cold. Cold. Mine to command.
So soon. Power that ended Python!
In shroud! Goom!
No escape.
Ha! Sir! Ha!
me going.
Keep up.
That's it!
One with the forest.
Not now.
I hear everything. Keep up.
The night is cold. Over here.
Prepare yourself.
Ha!
Let me amuse myself a little.
Ha! Let's nip that in the bud.
Not now. Don't be scared.
Can't see?
Meeting so soon? Prepare yourself.
My guiding stars.
Meeting so soon?
Ha!
Not now.
That's it!
Enshroud!
So very boring.
Ha!
Resistance. Shine.
நீ மட்டும் தான்டி இப்போ
My guiding stars.
Eyes on me!
I hear everything. Ha!
Can't run from death.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
Dr. Naye.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again?
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. Let's move on.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets?
Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass. Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self. I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free?
A puppet? What's he doing here?
It's...
You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is... my...
Is he alright?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
வேற லெவல் டைலாக்.
This is trying my patience. Questions?
Insignificant pest! Behold! At my command, you shall fall!
Squall and Fury!
Feeble human!
Behold!
Bow your head! My endless cycle begins!
Too slow. The wind rises.
Insignificant pest!
Quit following.
Churn!
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am. You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
ஆறா டேய் பெட்டி எதுவும் இல்லையாடா நடப்பாவீங்களா சரி வெளியே போவோம்
Welcome back, traveler. Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
ஆமா சாப்பிட்டு தூங்கலாமான்னு கேட்கும் அடுத்து
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it. After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the 6th is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it. Oh right, I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well. I will try.
Traveler. After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma? So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back. Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
No! Paimon only does nicknames! If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
வாண்டரருக்கு நேம் மாற்ற முடியுமா? வாண்டரருக்கு என்ன பேர் வைக்கலாம்? வாண்டரருக்கு என்ன பேர் வைக்கலாம்? ஒரே கன்ஃபியூசிங்காக இருக்கு. நல்ல பேரை வீட்டு பேராக இருக்கணும். ஓகே. ஐ நேம் டிம் ஸ்கார். ஓ, நான் வச்சேன் பாருங்க பேரு.
Are you sure?
ஹலோ ஹலோ ப்ரோ, கேக்குதா?
கேக்குது ப்ரோ.
All right. If you say so.
எப்போ ப்ரோ வந்தீங்க?
நான் 9:30க்கு வந்தேன்.
What about a nickname?
அஸ்வந்த் ப்ரோ இதுல இருக்காராமா, வாலரண்ட்ல.
அப்படியே
Take your time.
அது முடிஞ்சோடனே வர பார்க்கல, இல்லை நாளைக்கு வரேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி மெசேஜ்
thought of
அனுப்பிச்சாரு.
one.
நான் மெசேஜ் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
Everyone who manipulated me and made me
Okay,
suffer will have to pay the price.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
நான் எனக்கு
Now
ஒரு
that your
ட்ரெஸ்
stance
எடுத்துட்டு
has
வந்தேன்.
changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate.
நான் வைக்கல மம்மி.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been. What's that look for? Don't make that face. I know what I'm doing. That day will come. All right. We're done here. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore. So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Hello, bro.
Hello, bro.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue.
இங்க ரெண்டு பேர் ப்ரோ புக் எழுதுறோம், ரெண்டு பேரும் ஆரி மாதிரி ஒரு புக் எழுதுறா பேசி சண்டையை போட்டுட்டு இருந்தானுங்க. ஓகேவா? சுமுருல
Then one night,
Somorulya.
as an old man,
ஆமா
he had a dream.
சண்டை
On the
போடணும்
night when that
ஆர்கான் கோஸ்ட்
prized blade, the
No,
Daitatara
Arkan.
Nagamasa,
சண்டை
was
போட்டுட்டு
forged.
இருந்தானுங்க
The people rejoiced,
வைக்கல.
and there was painting,
நான் நேத்து பார்த்து
dancing,
நேத்து சண்டை
and
போட்டுருந்தாங்க
drinking.
அதே இடத்துல
All
நின்று
these expressions of joy
பெரிய
melted
மிஷனே
down
முடிச்சுட்டு
in the
வரோம்
furnace
அப்பயும் நின்று
fire
சண்டை போடுறாங்க
and
இப்பதான்
turned into
எண்டிங்
red
பண்றானுங்க
clouds that rallied around the
Chando.
final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
La da 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 da.
X, no X in the very.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back. Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase. Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
You sound lost and confused. I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared.
யாரோட வயசு
And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
என்னது பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க
மொத்தம் எத்தனை டொமைன்
That vase is still lying there broken on the
Oh.
ground. Should Paimon go
அடிக்காத
get someone
கிளியர்
to clean it
பண்றது
up?
இந்த
Feels
குட்டி
wrong
ஸ்டார்
just leaving it
வச்சிருக்கோம்
there.
ஓகே ஓகே
7 × 40 நீ தான் எடுத்து வைக்கணும் அதை 7 × 40 எவ்வளோ ஓகே இது கட்டப்பையில வைப்பாங்க யாராவது பீரோல வைமா
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
need to make it attractive and
புது ஆர்கான் கோஸ்ட்ல கம்மியாக தான் கொடுக்குறானுங்களாம்.
என்னது
ப்ரீமோஸு
7 into 40.
இது எங்க இருக்குது? சாப்டர் 1.
இருநூத்தி 280 பிரிமோஸ் இருக்கு இதுல மொத்தம். சரி, where is the gilded dreams?
சுத்தம். இதுக்கப்புறம் ஆர்கான் கோஸ்ட் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணால் ஈட்டோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் முடிக்கணுமா ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு? ஈட்டோ அவன் கோஸ்ட்டை கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணணுமா ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண. ஈட்டோ கோஸ்ட் அன்லாக் பண்ணது கோகோமி இது இது முடிக்கணுமா? இது தெரிஞ்சிருந்தா நேற்றே கோகோமி இதை அன்லாக் பண்ணியிருப்பேன்.
gilded dreams என்னடா ஹெச்பியா கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க?
gilded dreamsல ஹெச்பியா கொடுக்குறானுங்களா?
ஹெச்பி கீழெல்லாம் பயங்கரமா இருக்கு. அட்டாக் எலமெண்டல் மாஸ்டரி கிரிட் இருந்துச்சு ஒரு பீஸ்ல. இன்னும் ஒரே ஒரு பீஸ் தான் இல்ல, என்ன இல்ல அதான்
பாரா ஒரு ஐட்டம் கொடுத்துருக்குறான் ப்ரோ. அந்த நேமை வச்சு இந்த கேம்ல இருக்க ஏதாவது ஒரு கேரக்டரோட பேரை நம்மளால மாத்திர முடியுமா ஸ்டோரி லைன்ல?
தேவையில்ல
கொடுத்துருக்கான்.
இருக்கிற கேரக்டர் பேருங்களே நல்லாதான் இருக்கு.
ஆமா,
மாத்தி எதுனா கேவலமா தொலைவு.
இது ஸ்காராமூசி நம்மளே நேம் வைக்க சொன்னானுங்க.
காரா மூசுகா மூஸ் காரான்னு வச்சிடலாம்.
நான் லூசிஃபர்னு வச்சிருக்கேன்.
லூசிஃபரா? அவன் அந்த அளவுக்குலாம் பவர்ஃபுல்?
அந்த அளவுக்கு பவர்ஃபுல் இல்ல, அந்த இது ஈவில்னஸ்.
ஓ,
அதனால வச்சேன். ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்க்கலையே. எலமெண்டல் மாஸ்டரி ஏதாவது கேரக்டர் தேவைப்படுமா ப்ரோ? அட்டாக்கு கிரிட் டேமேஜோட சப்ல.
எலமெண்டல் மாஸ்டரி
ம்.
தேவைப்படும் ப்ரோ. அதுவே
டிஃபென்ஸும்
காட்டுலாம்
கிடக்குது
யூஸ்
கூட.
பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
இல்ல கிரிட் டேமேஜும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஹை ரோடில் ஆட் ஆகல எனக்கு. லோ ரோடில் தான் ஆட் ஆயிருக்கு. ப்ளஸ் வந்துட்டு
அது
அட்டாக்
கூட
இருக்கு.
பரவாயில்ல.
அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் டிஃபென்ஸு டபுள் டிஃபென்ஸ் வேறு இருக்குது. அதுதான் கொஞ்சம்
அப்ப வேஸ்ட்.
கன்ஃபியூஷனாக இருக்கு.
அந்த அளவுக்குலாம் ஏய் ஏய்
என்ன ப்ரோ என்னாச்சு?
எங்க பாப்பா ஏதோ புடிச்சு.
ஓ.
அது அங்க இருக்குதா? Gilded Dreams Sans அது டாப்லெட். கிரிட் டேமேஜ் அட்டாக் ஹெச்.
ஓகே. இப்போ எய்மிகோ கோஸ்ட்டுக்கு போக வேண்டியதான். நேற்று எய்மிகோ கோஸ்ட் அன்லாக் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. இந்த ஈட்டோ கோஸ்ட் பார்த்துருந்தானா அப்பயே கோகோ மீது அன்லாக் பண்ணிருக்கேன்.
எய்மிகோ கோஸ்டா?
ம். Take a stroll around Anamisaka.
We haven't been to the Yai Publishing House in a while. Paimon wonders if they have any new books in. The one we read with A that time is pretty cool.
Come on, this is a no-brainer, man. There's only one thing worth wishing for, and that is a ton of Mora.
But the exam's next week. If I fail again, I'm seriously done for. I'm better off wishing that my exam goes smoothly.
It's just an exam. Trust me, there's no problem you can't solve by throwing Mora at it.
Bro, air sound
If it
ஏதாவது
doesn't
கேக்குது
work,
உங்களுக்கு?
then just keep throwing till it does.
What are they
அப்போ
arguing
டிஸ்கார்டுக்கும்
about?
அஃபெக்ட் ஆகுது போல இருக்கு.
Quite a spirited debate.
என்னது?
Huh? Really?
நாய்ஸ்
You guys
கேன்சலேஷன் ப்ரோ.
don't know? You need but stand on this land at midnight, lower your head and recite a special incantation,
ஏன்
and
நாய்ஸ்
your wish
கேன்சலேஷன்
will
இதுலயே
come
இருக்கு.
true.
அது நீ தான் நோண்டிட்டு இருந்தேன். நான் உங்ககிட்ட நான் சொன்னேன் நானு.
சொன்னீங்க.
தேடி
ஆமா
கண்டுபிடிச்சேன்.
சொன்னீங்க.
அது கரெக்டாக பக்காவாக இருக்கு.
Looks like you guys...
A wish ritual? Right? Even Paimon knows that's just not how the world works.
I didn't believe it at first either, but that changed when it worked for someone I know. It's this guy called Kunihiko. He's practically always been unemployed, wastes his days away, and he owes a lot of money. Like a lot. But get this. I don't see him for a few days, and suddenly I find him dressed to the nines and feasting at a high-class restaurant. I heard it directly from him. He used this wishing ritual, and the next day he woke up to find his whole bed filled high with Mora.
His whole bed was filled with... Wow!
Of course, I'm sure the part about waking up lying on a bed of Mora is a bit
On
of
the
an
tea?
exaggeration. Whether you believe it or not, it's not exactly a difficult ritual. It can't hurt to give it a try, right?
If you're still feeling skeptical, just ask around. There are a lot of very compelling stories going around these days.
Really? Well, come on! Let's go ask around right now, shall we? Well, if it really is true, then just think of all the Mora Paimon could... Oh, and you'd finally be reunited with your twin, too! Let's go, let's go! On closer inspection, it seems like there really are a lot of people talking about this kind of stuff. Hey, see those two? Paimon remembers them from the AI publishing house. One's an editor and the other's an author.
Grasp the thought in mind. Clear like the light of the moon. As close as kin with you. No, thou. Wait, thee? Hear my summons, right?
No, it's not hear my summons, it's heed my summons. Heed! You're never going to get it down at this rate.
Hey, what are you guys up to?
Whoa! Sheesh, you scared me. Okay. Where did I leave off with the incantation again?
Incantation? Are you guys trying out this new wishing ritual stuff too?
Junkichi is trying it out, to be specific. He's hit a bit of a creativity block recently, so... I'm helping him make a wish so that he can move past it. I mean, I obviously don't. But Junkichi never listens to an outside opinion, so all I can do is go along with it.
Mr. Shigeru, can you please be a little more accommodating? This is extremely important to me. People have had all kinds of wishes come true. Become more attractive, get rich quick, ace their studies. I'm just a poor, struggling writer looking to get over a creative hurdle. Is that so much to ask? Anyway, I just know this is going to work. I have a gut feeling about it.
Didn't you say the same thing when you went to make your wish at the Grand Narukami Shrine? Oh, I just know this is gonna work. I have a gut feeling about it.
The omamori from the shrine take too long to have any effect on your luck. All right, enough of that. Help me get this incantation down. My new book depends on it.
Look, to be completely honest, I think you need to sit down and have a good think about what kind of story you want to write. Where's all that self-confidence you had when you first started out? Look at you now, trying dubious methods from any old light novel.
Wait. What? This wishing ritual comes from a light novel?
Yep, it's from the one called A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits. No, it's most likely a self-published title. It just appeared out of nowhere and took Inazuma by storm. As a fellow writer, I'll refrain from passing comment on how well the story is written, but everyone is saying the wishing incantations it contains are the real deal.
Look, Junkichi, yes, everyone's saying it's real, it works, but that's only half the story. I've also heard lots of people saying that everyone who's had their wish granted using this method starts behaving strangely.
What's so surprising about that? They're probably just giddy with joy at having their wish come true.
This is starting to sound a little suspicious. Why don't we go to the Grand Narukami Shrine and ask Yaimiko about it? She's the expert when it comes to both light novels and the supernatural. Miko!
Well, hello there, young ones. What brings you to the shrine? It just so happens that I have a wonderful novel here. I highly recommend it. Oh? Well, what did you want to ask?
Well, we were just... actually, I'm kind of busy. Is this a bad time?
No, not at all. It's nothing major.
Lady Guji, what do you mean, nothing major? I'm begging you, you've got to help me save my brother.
It really is nothing major. I stand by that. Oh, but since you're so curious, let's have him relate the story one more time, just for you.
You two seem to have a good relationship with Guji-ai. Please, put in a good word for me. You have to convince her to help my brother. Here's what happened. My name is Kato Yohei, and my brother is Kato Shingo. All he's ever wanted is to become a swordmaster, so he once asked Sensei Domon of the Make Yoshisui art to take him on as a disciple. Domon turned him away, took one look at him and said he didn't have what it takes to train in the art of the sword. But my brother wasn't about to resign himself to defeat. He trained every day as hard as he could, and finally proved himself by defeating one of Domon's best disciples in a duel recently. But since his victory, he's been acting extremely strange. It's like he's become a completely different person. The doctors can't find anything wrong with him, so I'm betting it must be the work of an evil spirit. That's why I'm here, begging for Guji-ai's help.
You know, there really aren't as many evil spirits lurking around as you seem to think. Your brother achieved the goal he'd been striving toward for as long as he can remember, and now it's gone. It's only natural that he feels a little empty and lost while he's trying to find a new direction. If it were me, I'd just leave him be for a couple of days. He'll recover on his own soon enough.
No, Lady Guji. If you saw him for yourself, you'd know. I guarantee you, he's not acting like someone who feels empty and lost.
Oh, all right, all right. Then tell me, when did your brother spar with Domon's disciple?
About 5 days ago.
5 days ago, you say?
Yes, Lady Guji. That's a long time for him to be acting up like this. I'm really worried about him. Our greatest wish is to one day found our own school, just like Domon. We can't jeopardize that dream now.
Wait a minute, now I'm a little confused. Are you here to save your brother, or are you here to make your dreams of founding a martial arts school come true?
Well, they're kinda two sides of the same coin, aren't they?
Whatever. Let me ask you this. Have you heard of any interesting new rumors lately? If so, I'd love to hear about them.
What? Rumors? I haven't heard anything.
Oh dear. Well, that's too bad.
Lady Guji, please stop changing the subject. This is someone's life we're talking about here. Please, you've gotta help me.
Miko, he seems really desperate. This thing with his brother sounds really bad. Come on, you should help him.
Okay, fine. Then it's decided.
Yay, Miko! So you're gonna help him?
Kato, whatever your name was, these two guests are trusted acquaintances of mine, and in fact, they are experts in resolving all manner of strange and supernatural phenomena. Exorcisms and that sort of thing are all in a day's work for them.
Yeah! Wait a sec!
Really?
Is that hesitation that I detect in your voice? So let me get this straight. You come begging to me for help, I actually recommend someone for the job, then suddenly you start doubting me?
Not at all, never. Whatever Lady Guji says, I trust wholeheartedly. Thank you two for your willingness to help. Please follow me.
No, hold on a hot second, Miko. We may be a lot of things, but we ain't
Bro.
exorcists.
சொல்லுங்க.
நாய் பிரியாணி நாய் 65 வேணுமா? நாய் பிரியாணி நாய் 65 வேணுமா?
எதுக்கு?
ரொம்ப கத்துதுங்க ஒரு சொல்லி போட்டான் இருக்கேன்.
Don't worry. If he
நாங்க
wants an
ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டு உங்களுக்கு
exorcism,
கேக்குதா?
just grab a handful of
தெரியுது,
salt and
தெரியுது,
mutter some
கேக்குது,
mumbo jumbo while you're sprinkling it around.
அது எப்படி கேட்காம?
It's a common trope in light novels, right? You just have to have a bit of bravado. As soon as the protagonist gains self-confidence, everything else just magically falls into place. Well, you were the ones who seemed concerned about his situation. Don't you think it would be a little unfair to make me do all the work? Besides, we both know you wouldn't be here at the Grand Narukami Shrine unless you had a request for me too. This is an opportunity to demonstrate that you come in good faith.
This feels all wrong. But you technically have a point, so...
All right, let's go. Don't worry now, I'll be coming along too.
Okay, let's follow Yohei and go visit his brother. What is going on here?
How strange. My brother's been meditating here pretty much constantly over the past few days, but now he's gone.
எனர்ஜி ரீசார்ஜ் தான் பயங்கரமா குறைஞ்சிருச்சு இப்போ 122 ஆயிடுச்சு.
Yeah, it's something that he suddenly
Energy
started
recharge,
doing after defeating
Amy's
Domon's
பயங்கரமா
disciple. He just sits there alone talking to himself. It's pretty disturbing, actually.
அது கொஞ்சம் அதிகமா இருக்கணும் bro. 160 160 மேல இருக்கணும்.
அது அப்புறம் ஏத்தி.
This does pose a bit of a
இருக்கிற வரைக்கும்
problem.
ஏறட்டும்.
If we can't find your brother, well, we can't perform an exorcism with nothing to
அட்டாகே
exorcise, can we?
1287 தான் இருக்கு.
Whatever your name was.
ஆமா அதுவும் கொஞ்சம்
Given the
அதிகமா இருக்கு.
circumstances, why don't you start by going to find your
அதான்
brother
கிடைக்க
and also
மாத்து.
picking up a
இப்படி
handful of
இருக்கிறது
salt on your
சாடும்.
way? We'll need to use it during
எப்படி
the
இருந்தாலும் இப்ப 60
exorcism.
அதுல உள்ளதானே இது.
Okay.
Crit rate crit damage பாருங்க அதான் ஜோக்.
என்னது?
Crit rate 62%.
What about us?
Crit damage what's out your.
Look for his brother
Nice.
too?
இது எனர்ஜி எலமெண்டல் வாஸ்டி
Why,
முன்னுக்கு
what's his face is handling that?
Elementary mastery
We'll
வேணும்
take
bro.
a walk around and ask people what they
எலமெண்டல்
know
வாஸ்டி
about the two
304 bro.
brothers.
அதுவும்.
நான் அதுக்கு அந்த காப்லெட் போடாம மாத்தினால் கூட போதும் போல. இது கூட மாத்திக்கலாம். அட்டாக் பர்சன்டேஜ் நல்லதா கிடைச்சமா.
Oh, are you debt collectors? Yohei said to tell you not to
attack
worry. He'll be able to pay you back as soon as he has enrolled a few disciples.
இது போடுங்க.
No, we're not here for anything like that.
Elemental mastery.
But it sounds like Yohei and Shingo have gotten themselves into a bit of a pickle.
Well, yes. I don't think there's any disputing that. Those two don't have an ounce of dedication between them. They just hop between ideas and won't stick to anything.
Huh? But Yohei said his brother has always wanted to become a
இப்போதான்
sword
கில்டர் ட்ரீம்ஸ் அடிக்கல. கில்டர் ட்ரீம்ஸ் அடிக்கும்போது
That's true, yes.
தேவையான
Shingo
போது
begged Domon to take him on, and
நஹிடா
eventually
அடிக்கணும்.
he finally
நஹிடாக்கு.
relented. But even after convincing a renowned sensei to give him a chance,
அது இல்லாம என் புக்
he was the
அப்டேட்
same as
பண்ணாலும்
ever,
பேஸ் அட்டாக்ல
bumming around in class instead of
ஒரு
focusing on his
1500
training.
வரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
In the end, Domon had had enough and kicked him out. But
போதும்.
Shingo was resentful about
போதும்
it.
போதும்.
He blamed Domon for not seeing his potential, and even declared that he would
இதை
challenge a
வச்சு
disciple
ஆடுவோம்.
of Domon to a duel.
Wait, what?
சின்சு
That's not what we heard.
Oh, how
அதுல உள்ளதா இருக்குது.
interesting. We heard a slightly
team
different
Mm-mm-mm.
version. My brother wasn't about to resign himself to defeat. He trained every day as hard as he could and finally proved himself by defeating one of Domon's best disciples in a duel recently.
Yohei said that? That Shingo trained hard. That's ridiculous. He just lay there cussing to high heaven all day, every day. Some training regimen, that is. Yohei did tell me about Shingo winning the fight, but I took it with a grain of salt. You
எதனா
can ask
பாஸ்
Genji at the
அடிக்கிறீங்க
village entrance more about that. He always
பாஸா
has
ப்ரோ?
reliable
இல்ல ப்ரோ இன்னைக்கு இல்ல
information.
ப்ரோ. ஒரே ஒரு பாஸ் தான் இன்னும் மீதி இருக்கு.
அடிச்சு செக் பண்ணி பார்க்கலாம்.
ஓ.
விடுங்க நான் எந்தில போய்
அமைன் அடிக்கலாம் வாங்க அதுக்கு என்ன இருக்கு?
எந்தில போய் அடிச்சு பார்க்கறேன். பேசற குஸ்ட் குடுத்துட்டு இருப்பாங்க இப்போ. அடிக்கிறது கொடுங்கடா. தர வாங்கி.
brothers.
Oh. Oh, you mean Shingo and Yohei?
Yeah, we heard that Shingo defeated an apprentice of Domon's recently. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. Wait, so are you here because you heard they're starting their own school and you're looking to sign up?
We're not here to sign up, but we would like to hear more details about the fight.
Well, you've come to the right person. I actually went to watch it. I thought it was a joke when I first heard that Shingo was going to challenge a disciple of the Meikyo Shisui art. But when he drew his sword, he became a whole different person. The way he handled his blade, it was like flowing water, mesmerizing to watch. Domon's disciple is no pushover, but he was absolutely no match for Shingo.
Is Shingo really that strong?
Yep, he seemed pretty euphoric after winning the duel too. He was celebrating very vocally, saying something like, "What a duel. I haven't felt this good in a long time."
Any other details to share? We've heard that Shingo has been behaving rather out of character since then.
I'd definitely say that he has more energy than he used to. In the past, he never used to do much except lie around sunbathing all day. But just yesterday, for example, I saw him cutting down trees for the village head. In the space of one afternoon, he did what most people couldn't finish in 3 days. Not only that, but he managed to fell a lavender melon tree with just one kick.
Quite impressive.
Things got weird after that, though. The village head brought out some tofu for him, and he just flipped out. He shouted, "What is that stuff? Keep that away from me!" and then ran off.
Lady Guji, esteemed exorcists, finally I found you. I found my brother. He's at the waterfall, and I've got the salt you asked for too. Come on, let's go!
Oh, as much as I'd prefer to stay and hear some more delicious details, I suppose we'd better be going now that he has been found.
என்ன ப்ராச்சி?
சும்மா வச்சு இது பண்ணி பார்த்தேன், அடிச்சு பார்த்து. மொத்தம் இதுவே பாக்குது, இவ்வளவு டேமேஜ் வருது.
எது ப்ரோ அடிச்சி?
இங்க சும்மா வச்சு அடிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். டேமேஜ் பயங்கரமா இருக்கு. 6000 7000 கீழே. அது வேற இது வேற ப்ராக் பண்ணி விட்டுருக்கேன் நைட். அது அதுல 19000 20000 வந்துச்சு.
நைஸ். ஏமிகோ நல்லா தான் ப்ரோ இருக்கும்.
So this is
நான் தான் உங்களுக்கு சொன்னேனே.
Wow. He's meditating while sitting.
ரைடன் கூட பேர் பண்ணலாம். ரைடன் நஹிடா ஏமிகோ சூப்பரா இருக்கும் காம்பினேஷன்.
Listen. He's talking to himself.
ரைடன் சோகன் நோ டச்சிங் வச்சு தான் ஆட போறேன்.
வாட்டர் டைப்பும் இருக்கணும் கூட.
How's that? Can you feel it? Can you feel the feeling of manliness? Found your own school? Ha! So shallow. How can a manly man aspire to
கச்சிங்
something
இருந்தா எனக்கு வாட்டர் டாப் தேவையில்லை.
so lame?
இந்த டேமேஜ் தான் கச்சிங்.
Please spare me. Spare me.
அப்படி இல்ல ப்ரோ, அந்த இது ப்ளூம் பாம்ஸ் வரும். அந்த பாம்ஸ் வந்துச்சுன்னா இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் ஆக்ரவேட் நல்லா ஆகும்.
சில இடத்துல நான் செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு தண்ணி ஏற இடத்துல சில இடத்துல அது வெடிச்சு
அது கொக்கோ மீன் தான் நல்லா இருக்கும்.
அது நமக்கு டேமேஜ் ஆயிடும்.
அது நம்ம உண்மைதான். அது ஜாங்கிலி வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஆமால
வச்சா கூட ஆகுது ப்ரோ.
ஓகே ஓகே.
Who goes there?
ஐயோ எதுக்கு நான் இத வச்சு?
Now he's coming this way.
No, don't come any closer. Help!
What do we do? Miko, think of something!
Oh, poor thing. Yohei, your brother's life is hanging in the balance, and he's using his final breaths to call on you for help. Whatever shall we do?
Well, how should I know?
The way it looks to me is that Shingo feels terribly resentful to you about something. Would you mind telling me what that's all about?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
You don't know? But surely you should have more insight than anyone else into how your brother came to be this way? Yohei, I suggest you think very carefully before you open your mouth again. This is a life or death situation. Your brother is your closest relative. You must have noticed straight away when he started acting out of character. And yet, 5 whole days pass before it occurs to you to come and seek help from me. You really expect me not to notice the gaping holes in your story?
But
As you wish. It's fine by me if you don't want to tell the truth. But after Shingo dies, you'll be next. It's futile trying to escape. Anywhere in the world you run to, it will be right behind your back. After all, you did summon it together.
All right, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. My brother and I used a wishing incantation. We made a wish. Yes, that's it. The one that's all the rage right now. You just have to recite an incantation at midnight and your wish will be granted. Just like the book described, we drew the magic symbol, stepped inside it barefoot at midnight, said the incantation, and lo and behold, spheres of light appeared all around us. After my brother wished to become a swordmaster, it really worked.
அதுவும் நல்ல கேரக்டர் தான். ஆனால் அது கூட இன்னும் 2 அனிமி கேரக்டர் இருக்கணும். அனிமோ கேரக்டர் சாரி.
இருக்கட்டும், மொத்தமா அனமோவா தூக்கிட்டு போறேன்.
ஏன்னா அது அனமோக்கு நல்ல பேட்டரி அது.
காசு கிடைச்சானா
If that happens, it'd ruin our plans to start a martial arts school.
ஒரே
We'd
ஒரு
be back to
வேற
being poor.
கேரக்டர்.
I just wanted to keep this under wraps until we'd managed to get the dojo set up and paid off our debts.
So then, why'd you go to the Grand Narukami Shrine?
Well, 'cause with the way he's acting now, I was worried that rumors might start spreading that he's gotten involved in the occult arts or something, and then no one would want to sign up as his disciple. So I was thinking that maybe Lady Guji might have a way to get my brother back to normal, but let him keep his sword skills.
My, look at you with your ingenious schemes. Stop deluding yourself. These newfound sword skills are not his. They belong to the spirit that has possessed him.
You're right. We were wrong to do what we did. We had this coming.
All right then. Your turn now, my little friend. Toss the salt and then draw your sword.
What is that?
It's the spirit!
See that? That's what you summoned. And look, now that Shingo's no use, it's coming straight for you.
Save me! Save me!
Miko! He fainted! What do we do now?
We do nothing. But you, little one, just a quick fight and this will all be over.
Who's this? Ah, a fellow swordmaster. Come on, fight me!
He's coming! Be careful!
Can't see.
Take this!
Ha!
That won't work.
கறக்காம இருக்கிறது
Enshroud!
சீக்கிரம் டப் டப்னு
Let's nip that in the bud.
சீவன் சர்வசாமி கொடுக்குறாங்க.
I've got the upper hand.
Can't see.
Saracen can fire off the maximum of speed. Hurricane arrow using full charged aim. The shot while under the attack. Hurricane created by
Take this!
I hear everything.
That was great! Excellent! Woo! What a rush! I haven't felt this great in a long, long time.
He disappeared! But he looked pretty content at the end there. Huh. Well, Paimon sure is confused. Do you know what that was all about?
We can talk about it later. They're about to wake up.
What am I doing here? Yohei? Yohei, is that you?
Shingo, are you alright?
Yohei, I had the weirdest dream. I dreamed that I wasn't a useless loser with a sword anymore. I even beat one of Domon's disciples. I thought we could finally open a dojo of our own now. But then I realized I couldn't control my own body. And there was this voice in my ear talking to me constantly. I was terrified and I wanted to take control of my body back, but I couldn't. And the voice kept talking about manliness.
Shingo, we shouldn't have made that wish. We summoned a spirit and it possessed you.
Yes, and had we not come to your rescue, your life would have been over before too much longer. Then the spirit would have haunted your brother until he died of fatigue too.
Thank you, Lady Guji, and thank you for your assistance, exorcism experts.
All right, take him to get some rest. He's very weak right now, having been possessed for quite a few days. He will experience a high fever, but it won't be fatal. Remember, this is the price you pay. At this point, I would normally lecture you on the dire consequences of using occult methods to obtain power that does not belong to you. But I think you get the picture now, don't you?
Yes, we understand now. We won't do it ever again.
Thank you, Lady Guji. Thank you, exorcists. We'll be on our way then. Come on, Shingo.
Nico, would they really have lost their lives if we hadn't gotten involved?
எய்மிகோ அல்டி அனிமேஷன் நல்லா இருக்கும்.
பார்த்தேன் இப்பதான் போட்டு.
They would have been fine. I had to scare them a little though. Otherwise, I hardly think these two lazy rascals would have learned their lesson.
So, what was it that possessed Shingo?
You saw it all for yourselves. I'm sure you can figure out what kind of spirit had possessed him, can't you?
Ah! Paimon's got it. It was an Oni.
Correct. Although it possessed Shingo, it didn't have any ill intentions. As a matter of fact, it actually seemed like it was trying to train Shingo to become bolder.
Huh. Fair enough. But it seems like it had the opposite effect.
Tossing salt caused it to temporarily leave Shingo's body. Then, you exhausted its strength by fighting it, so it disappeared. Even if we'd done nothing at all, Shingo would have eventually become too weak for his body to host the spirit, and it would have left of its own accord. Of course, it would have been more stressful for Shingo and Yohei that way. Still, the experience may ultimately have been more effective than me scaring them into submission with a little exaggeration.
Whew. Well, the main thing is that nobody got hurt.
All right, seems like we've wrapped up everything here. Come on, off we go.
Hold on, Miko. You say everything's wrapped up, but are you sure about that?
You mean you disagree? Oh, you mean that they got the incantation from that book. Yes, I know the one.
Actually, that book's the whole reason we came looking for you at the shrine today. Incantations seem really popular right now.
Human beings don't have powers like us yokai. It's quite understandable for them to be interested in incantations to summon the supernatural.
That's not the point. The problem is that the incantations in the book are actually capable of summoning spirits and stuff, and loads of people are trying it.
Even then, humans only have so much strength. Even if they do successfully summon a spirit with the incantation, it won't stay with them for very long. I really wouldn't fret about it.
But who wrote this book, and why? Don't we think there might be a bigger safety risk here? What do you think, Traveler? Yeah, Yohei and Shingo may have been fine in the end, but things got pretty scary when Shingo was possessed.
Lady Yai, I finally found you.
Kuroda, what are you doing here?
I'm here to report on Yai Publishing House's sales for the last month. All the numbers are here. Please take a look.
Let me see. What? We're losing market share?
Yes. Overall bestseller, readers' favorite, and trending ranking. We're being beaten in all categories. One book is topping the charts. It's called A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits.
Both of you, back here now!
Miko? What is it? You have a really scary look on your face.
Thanos bro, எனக்கு
Things just got serious.
ஒரு பண்றீங்களா?
A first-hand
என்ன
guide
bro?
to summoning spirits is an
சொல்லுங்க.
all-round hit, summarily beating the novels of the
உங்களுக்காக
Yai
என்ன ஹெல்ப்
Publishing
பண்ணணும்?
House by every analysis. Just what is that supposed to mean? I worked extremely hard to promote our latest featured work, and now a rival book comes out of nowhere and steals our thunder. If this isn't the very definition of intolerable, I don't know what
ராம்
is.
ப்ரோ தான்
I have to come
எனக்காக
up
ஒரு
with a
ஹெல்ப் பண்றீங்களா
counterplan,
அப்படின்னு கேட்டிருக்காரு.
and you are going to help me.
How is this our problem all of a sudden?
Paimon, please. Who wrote this book and why? Don't we think there might be a bigger safety risk here? Oh, am I to take it that the safety of the people of Inazuma isn't so important in your eyes after all?
என்னோட ஃப்ரெண்ட் நியூ கென்ஷன் பிளேயர், அவருக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட் பத்தி சொல்றீங்களா? ஓகே ப்ரோ, கண்டிப்பா தாராளமா சொல்லலாம் ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட்ஸ்.
Nothing's wrong, okay? Come on. We're going
ஓ
to
இயர்
war.
46
I'm going to
வந்துட்டாரா?
head back and make some
பிரஜல்
preparations.
டிசைன்லாம் வச்சிருக்காரா இல்லையா?
Meet me outside the Yai Publishing House.
எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணி ஒரு வீடியோவா போடணுமா இல்லை இப்பயே சொல்லணுமா? அதையும் சொல்லுங்க. இப்பயே சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா இந்த கொஸ்டின் மட்டும் முடிஞ்சிட்டோம், எண்டுக்கு வந்துச்சு கிட்டத்தட்ட. அதுவே சொல்கிறேன் ஃப்ரீயா. என்ன ப்ரோ கரெக்டு தானே? பிரஜல் ரெசின் நிறைய வச்சிருக்காரு, 70 வச்சிருக்காரா? அப்போ ஓகே, தாராளமாக பண்ணலாமே.
Why don't you take a guess? I'll give you a hint. It's to do with the
VC கூட வந்து
Publishing
ஜாயின்
House.
பண்ணா ஜாயின் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க, நோ ப்ராப்ளம். அப்படியே கூட எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றோம்.
Combine the reputation of the Yai Publishing House
சரி
with
ஓகே,
the status of Gucci
VC கூட வர சொல்லுங்க.
and tell everyone that the incantations in that book are dangerous.
டேய் அடப்பா.
Oh, wow. Your first guess and you got it absolutely
யாரும் வரலையே ப்ரோ
wrong.
VCக்கு. விஜய்ன்ற ஒரு ஆள் இருக்காரு, ரோல் எடுக்க சொல்லுங்க அவரை. ரோல் ஆட்டோ ரோல் போட்டிருக்கேன் பாருங்க.
A first-hand guide to summoning spirits is the hottest light novel right now. If we did as you suggested, we would effectively be advertising to everyone that the incantations are real. In bending over backwards trying to warn everyone about the dangers, all we would accomplish is to create more curious readers ready to try them out.
ஜோக்கர் ப்ரோவும்
Also, sales
இருக்காரு.
for the book would only increase further.
அவரும் க்ளீனாக எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுவார்.
That would be pretty catastrophic.
என்னடா இந்த டொமைன்?
Leaving aside the issue of the enormous
எந்த domain, bro?
manpower and resources such an operation would require, going to such
தண்ணிக்குள்ள
lengths
இருக்கிற
for a
டொமைனா?
light novel would be
ஓகே
extremely
ஓகே.
disruptive to the lives of Inazumans.
சுமுருல தானே?
ஆமா.
அது முடிச்சிட்டேன் நான்.
Well, I've
தண்ணியெல்லாம்
been
காலியும் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
thinking. I've read a first-hand guide to summoning spirits. It has many other good qualities besides the incantations alone. The book contains many ancient
அது நீர்வீழ்ச்சிலேருந்து
hidden
கீழே
or
குதிச்சு
tales of the
ரைட்லையோ லெஃப்ட்லையோ
supernatural
போகணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
and is written in a very
போனீங்கன்னா அங்கே
engaging. That is why the book has become so
அது
popular.
கொஸ்ட்லாம் இல்லை அப்படியே தான் கொஸ்ட் வரும் அந்த அரானா கோஸ்டோட
Difficult time trying to rein in its
எண்டிங்க்கு முன்னாடி
popularity
நீங்கள் அதை
while
காலி
it's
பண்ணுற
the
மாதிரி இருக்கும்.
only work in its league
ஓகே
on the
ப்ரோ.
market. That's right.
அரானா கோஸ்ட் கொஞ்சம் முன்னாடி அதான்
You
எண்டிங்க்கு
replace it
கொஞ்சம்
with
முன்னாடி
the
அந்த பிளேஸ்க்குள்ளே போகிற மாதிரி
next big
இருக்கும்.
thing.
அது காலி
So
பண்ணணும்.
what we're
அது
going
நீங்கள்
to
முன்னாடி
do
கூட நீங்கள்
is
காலி
create
பண்ணலாம், நோ ப்ராப்ளம்.
Inazuma's newest hit novel.
சரி,
Smash
இது
our
பண்ணலாம்.
rivals' sales numbers and win our readers back. That is how
அதுக்கு மொத்தம் 2
Yamiko
வழி
wages
இருக்கு.
war.
ஒன்று வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா
Incidentally, this will also be the best way to
நீர்வீழ்ச்சி
combat
கீழேயே
the
இருக்கிறது.
influence of a
இன்னொன்று வந்து
first-hand
பார்த்தீங்கன்னா
guide
அந்த
to summoning
ஆற்று
spirits.
வழியாகவே போனீங்கன்னா ஒரு இடம் வரும்.
Miko,
2 இடம்.
so you want us to write a novel?
சரி ஓகே. பார்த்து முடிக்கிறேன்.
Well, becoming an accomplished novelist certainly isn't an overnight.
கேக்குது bro.
I did say this is what we're going to do.
நான் ராம் ப்ரோ.
I trust that the word teamwork is in your vocabulary.
ஏஆர் 46ல இருக்கீங்களா? என்னென்ன கேரக்டர்ஸ் ப்ரோ நீங்கள் வச்சிருக்கீங்க?
Anyway, there is a writer submission event going on at the moment. Start by talking to readers and finding out what they're into. When you have an idea of what the current trends are, come back
ஓகே
and see me.
ஓகே.
I'll be at Uyu restaurant. Find me there when you're done. I will assemble the
Okay.
team and we can work while we eat.
எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ற அளவுக்குலாம் அவ்வளவுதான் இருக்கு. ஒரே ஒரு 5 ஸ்டார் தான் கொடுத்தாங்க.
உங்களுக்கு இப்போ என்ன டவுட்டு? இது
இல்ல
ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட்ஸ் பார்த்து
ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட்ஸ் பத்தி ஒண்ணுமே தெரியாது எனக்கு ஆக்சுவலி. சுத்தமாவே ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட்ஸ் எதுவுமே தெரியாது.
ஸ்பெஷல் ரெசின் உங்ககிட்ட அப்படியே இருக்குன்னாரு. அது வரைக்கும் நல்லது. ஏஆர் 46 வந்துட்டிங்களா? இதுக்கப்புறம் தான் நீங்கள் அதிகமாக யூஸ் பண்ணுமே அதை. என்னன்னா டொமைன்ஸ் இருக்கும் ப்ரோ.
ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா 50ல போய் அடிக்கலாம்.
50 கூட அடிக்கலாம். இதுலேயும் அடிக்கிறதா வந்து அடிக்கலாம்.
அவர்கிட்ட தான் இன்னும் கேரக்டர் நிறைய கிடைக்கலையே.
ப்ரோ 45கே போதுமே. 45க்கு அடிக்கலாம்ல?
இல்ல ப்ரோ, அவர் 45 அடிக்கலாம். அவர் கேரக்டர்லாம் 50ல தான் நல்லா கிடைச்சி இருக்கும்.
ஆமா. கேரக்டர்ஸ் அதிகமாக கிடைக்கும் போது ப்ரோ இப்போதைக்கு உங்ககிட்ட நல்ல கேரக்டர் பெனெட் நல்லாயிருக்கும். யான்ஃபேவும் நல்லா தான் இருக்கும். இப்போதைக்கு உங்களுக்கு நல்லா தான் இருக்கும். யான்ஃபேவும் சீச்சியும் நல்லா தான் இருக்கும்.
ஜிஜி, ஆன்ஃபே, பென்னெட், பெய்டோ இந்த நாளையும் இப்போதைக்கு என்னோட ஸ்குவாட்ல யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன் டீம்ல.
இது நாளையுமா?
நாலு தான் இப்போதைக்கு. ஏதாவது ஃபைட் போகணும்னா இப்போதைக்கு மோஸ்ட்லி இதை வச்சு ரன் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன்.
ஓகே ஓகே.
எதுவுமே யூஸ் பண்றது இல்லை. விஷயம் என்கிட்ட வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சீச்சி, ஆன்ஃபே, பென்னெட், பெய்டோ, அப்புறம் டிராவலர், காயா, ரேசர் இருக்கு. ஏதாவது எக்ஸ்ட்ரா கிடைச்சது மட்டும் சொல்லிட்டுமா? ஏன்னா ரேசர், அப்புறம் இவ குஜிசாரா இருக்கா, அப்புறம் கொலை இருக்கு, அப்புறம் ஜியாங்லிங், டோரி. இது மட்டும் தான் இருக்கு.
ஷாங்லிங் இருக்கா?
ஷாங்லிங் ஓசில தானே தருவாங்க.
ஆமா,
அதுவும் கொலையும் ஓசில கொடுத்தாங்க. கொலை வந்து எனக்கு இதுலயுமே பேனர்லயுமே கிடைச்சது. அப்புறம் ஓசிலே ஒன்று கொடுத்தாங்க. ஸோ நல்லா சீன் ஒன்று வச்சிருக்கேன். 40 லெவலில் வச்சிருக்கேன். எதுவுமே அதுக்கு ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட் பில்ட் பண்ணணும் அந்த மாதிரி எதுவுமே இப்போ வரைக்கும் எதுவுமே பில்ட் பண்ணாமல் அப்படியே இருக்கு.
ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு கேரக்டருக்கும் இதுக்கேற்ற ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட் தனித்தனியாக இருக்கும். இது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் வெப்சைட்டில் நீங்கள் போட்டு பார்த்தாலே தெரியும். இப்போது உதாரணத்துக்கு யான்ஃபே அப்படின்னா யான்ஃபே பில்ட் அப்படின்னு போட்டிங்கன்னா அது எந்த ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதிலே வரும். ஓகேவா? அந்த ஆர்டிஃபேக்டில் நீங்கள் எந்த மாதிரி சூஸ் பண்ணால் அந்த கேரக்டர் எதில் ஸ்கேல் ஆகுதுன்னு பார்க்கணும் ஃபஸ்ட்டு. அது சப்போஸ் வந்து ஷீல்டர் அப்படின்னா இதோட ஷீல்டு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஹெச்பியில் இது ஆகுது. அதில் ஒரு இது
I applied a plant-based
அதாவது
waterproofing oil to my tail.
ஹெச்பியில் ஸ்கேல் ஆகுதா
One swish,
இல்லைனா அட்டாக்ல
and it's
ஸ்கேல்
dry.
ஆகுதா இல்லைனா யாருன்னு ப்ரோ டிஃபென்ஸில் ஸ்கேல் ஆகுதா அப்படின்ட்டு பார்க்கணும். இப்போ உதாரணம் ஓஎல் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டிஃபென்ஸில் ஸ்கேல் ஆகும். அதே மாதிரி ஜாங்லி வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஹெச்பியில் ஸ்கேல் ஆகும் உங்களோட ஷீல்டு. அது மாதிரி டேலண்ட்ஸில் நீங்கள் போய் பார்த்தாலே தெரியும். உங்களோட ஷீல்டு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஈல தான் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மோஸ்ட்டாக வரும். அந்த டேலண்ட்ஸில் ஈ ஸ்கில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதிலே போட்டிருப்பாங்க உங்களோட ஹெச்பி எதில் வந்து ஸ்கேல் ஆகுதுன்னு. அதுக்கேற்ற மாதிரி நீங்கள் அந்த ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் கலெக்ட் பண்ணுற மாதிரி இருக்கும். இப்போ உதாரணத்துக்கு ஹாங்லி பில்ட் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா அதிகமாக ஹெச்பி இருக்கணும். ஹெச்பிலே வந்துட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட்ஸில் வந்துட்டு ஹெயின்லேயும் உங்களுக்கு ஹெச்பி வரும், சப்லேயும் ஹெச்பி வரும். ஹெயினில் ஹெச்பி இருக்கிறது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதிகமான கேரக்டர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா யூஸ் ஆகாது. மோஸ்ட்டாக வந்துட்டு டேங்க்குக்கு அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்துட்டு ஹீலருக்கு இது ரெண்டுத்துக்கு தான் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அது யூஸ் ஆகும். மற்றபடி அட்டாக்கருக்கு வந்து ஹூட்டாவுக்கு மட்டும் தானே யூஸ் ஆகும். ஹூட்டாவுக்கு மட்டும் தான் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஹெச்பி பேஸ்ட் யூஸ் ஆகும்.
ஒரு நிமிஷம் ப்ரோ, ஆக்சுவலி நான் ரொம்ப கன்ஃபியூஸ் பண்ணிக்கிற மாதிரி தான் இருக்கு. ஏன்னா நானே இன்னும் 1 மந்த்தே எனக்கு முடியல ஆக்சுவலி.
ஓகே,
ப்ளே பண்ணி 1 மந்த்தே முடியல. எனக்கு என்னன்னா கேரக்டர்ஸ் ஃபைட்டு எலமெண்டல்ஸே இப்போதான் புரிஞ்சுது எனக்கு ஆக்சுவலி.
எலமெண்டல் ரியாக்ஷன்
எலமெண்டல் ரியாக்ஷன்ஸே இப்போதான் புரிஞ்சுது. இப்போ
எலமெண்டல் ரியாக்ஷனே அவருக்கு இப்போதான் புரிஞ்சுதான்
ப்ரோ. இத்தனை நாளா ஆக்சுவலி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ லெவல் ஏற்றணும், ஏஆர் லெவல் ஏற்றணும். நீங்கள் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 45க்கு மேலே வாங்க, அப்போதான் ஆர்டிஃபைட் பற்றி உங்களுக்கு.
ஆமாம் ஆமாம், ஆர்டிஃபைட் பற்றி தெரியும்னு இல்லை ப்ரோ. நீங்கள் 45க்கு மேலே வந்தால் தான் உங்களுக்கு நல்ல ஆர்டிஃபைட் கொடுப்பான். நீங்கள் டொமைன் அடிக்கும் போது 5 ஸ்டார் ஆர்டிஃபைட் உங்களுக்கு அதிகமாக ட்ராப் ஆகிறதே 45 மேலே தான் கிடைக்குமே. 45க்கு முன்னாடி அடிச்சிங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு ட்ராப் கம்மியாக இருக்கும்.
ஆப்ஷன் வந்து 45க்கு மேலே தான் ஓப்பன் ஆகுமா?
ஆமாம்,
அதனால சொன்னாங்க. ஸோ அதனால ஆர்டிஃபைட் பற்றி நான் யோசிக்கிறேன். ஸோ அதனால குவெஸ்ட், டெய்லி குவெஸ்ட், வேர்ல்டு குவெஸ்ட் இந்த மாதிரி எல்லா குவெஸ்ட்டுமே வந்து கண்டினியூஸாக முடிச்சேன். ஸோ அப்புறம் ப்ரமோஷன்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணுறது, ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி பண்ணி ஆர்கான் கோஸ்ட் இப்போ வந்து சுமேரு வரைக்கும் வந்துட்டேன்.
ஓகே,
சுமேரு சேசன் வரைக்கும் வந்துட்டேன். அகிடா வேர்ல்டு வரைக்கும் வந்துட்டேன். எல்லாமே முடிச்சுட்டு அப்புறம் வேர்ல்டு கோஸ்ட் இது எல்லாமே வந்து ஓவரால் எல்லாமே வந்து அப்பப்போ கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணிட்டு வந்துடுவேன். ஸோ இதை மட்டும் தான் இப்போதைக்கு பண்ணேன். கேரக்டர்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நான் இப்போ பண்ணுற கொஸ்ட்டுக்கு இப்போ வர வேர்ல்டு லெவல் ஏறுது. அதே மாதிரி வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஏர் லெவல் ஏறும்போது எனிமீஸும் கொஞ்சம் இதாக வருவாங்களா. ஸோ அதனால அந்த இடத்துல அந்த எனிமீஸை வந்து டிஃபென்ஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு பீட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எனக்கு தேவைப்படுற அந்த ஒரு கேரக்டர்ஸ் மட்டும் அப்படி மட்டும் பில்ட் பண்ணி வச்சேன். வேறு எதுவுமே எக்ஸ்ட்ரா பண்ணல, அவ்வளோதான்.
ஓகே ஓகே. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நீங்கள் ப்ரீமோ ஜெம்ஸ்லாம் வச்சுருக்கீங்களா?
ப்ரீமோ ஜெம்ஸ் இப்போ வந்து இப்போ தான் கலெக்ட் பண்ண ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணேன்.
ஓகே,
10K
கலெக்ட் பண்ண ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா என்னோட சஜஷன் என்னவா இருக்குன்னா, ஆமாம் 10K வச்சுருக்காராம். என்னோட சஜஷன் என்னன்னா, இப்போ இருக்கிற பேனரில் நீங்கள் உருட்டாதீங்க. அடுத்த பேனர் வரும். இந்த அயாட்டோ தானே ப்ரோ வருது? அயாட்டோ ஷோகன் தானே? அயாட்டோவும் வருது, ஷோகனும் வருது.
ஷோகன் இப்போ ஸ்டோரிஸ் எல்லாம் பண்ணேன். பட் இப்போ வெறியா ப்ரமோஷன் சேர்த்து வைக்கிறது காரணமே ஷோகன். ஐ லைக் ஷோகன்.
ஷோகவும் நல்லா இருக்கும். அதை நீங்கள் மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டா கூட அதுக்கு அடுத்த பேனரில் ஹூட்டாவும் வருது, அதுவும் நல்லா இருக்கும். 50-50 அவர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் பேனரில் தான் தோத்துருக்காரு.
50-50 வந்து இது கேரக்டர் பேனர்.
கேரக்டர் பேனர்லையா?
ஆமா, சீச்சி கிடைச்சது கேரக்டர் பேனர்ல.
5 ஸ்டார் கேரக்டர் ஸ்டார்டிங்ல கொடுக்கல உங்களுக்கு?
எதுவுமே இல்ல. கிடைச்ச ஒரே ஒரு 5 ஸ்டார் கேரக்டர் பேனர்ல பிட்டில வந்து பிட்டில சீச்சி கொடுத்தானுங்க.
ப்ரோ எனக்கு ஸ்டார்டிங்ல இதுதான் ப்ரோ கொடுத்தான்.
நானும் சீச்சி தான் எடுத்தேன் வெண்டி பேனர்ல. அதுக்கு என்ன பண்றது
ப்ரோ? அன்னைக்கு நீங்க வந்துட்டு யாரு இந்த ஹென்ஷன் கேமர்னு ஒருத்தர் இருந்தாரு, அவருக்கு வந்துட்டு ஜீனு கொடுத்தாங்களாம் அப்படின்னா நீங்கள் அதெல்லாம் கொடுக்க மாட்டான். நீங்கள்
ப்ரோ 50-50 2 தடவை ஜீனு கொடுத்தாங்கன்னு கேஸ்.
ஓ 2 முறை கரெக்ட். ஓகே ஓகே,
நான் அதுக்கோசரம் சொன்னேன். என்ன 2 முறை
பாத்தீங்கன்னா
சரி ஓகே.
பேனர்ல வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் வந்து 80 பிட்டிக்கு கொண்டு வந்தேன். 80ல வந்து
80 பிட்டி போயிடுச்சா உங்களுக்கு?
80 பிட்டி 80லே போய்
ஹார்ட் பிட்டில தான் கிடைச்சிருக்கு இவருக்கு.
ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் பேனர்லயும் பிட்டிக்கு கொண்டு போனேன். அதுல வந்து இந்த பொலேரியம் சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு கிரீன் கலர் வெப்பன் இருக்கும்ல,
போலாமா?
போலாம் நினைக்கிறேன். போலாம்.
ஓகே.
போலாமா அந்த வெப்பன் பேர் அந்த ஜெய்டு ப்ரமோஷல் ஜெய்டு அது ஒன்று ஒரு பேர்
ஓ
ஜெய்டு
அதுவா
விங்டு ஸ்பியர்
அது நல்ல
வச்சுக்கலாம்
பேட் இது. அது ஹேர் லெவல் ப்ரோ, அதை வச்சுக்கோங்க.
அந்த வெப்பன்
ஷோகனுக்கு யூஸ் ஆகும் அது.
sheets of paper.
ஷோகனுக்கு யூஸ் ஆகுதுன்னு சொல்லி யாரோ ஒருத்தர் யூஸ் ஆகுன்னு சொன்னாங்க.
யூஸ் ஆகும் ப்ரோ.
யூஸ் ஆகுது
ப்ரோ
ஏன்னா அந்த
அதாவது ப்ரோ
வெப்பன்
இருங்களேன்
அது
இருங்களேன்
இருங்க
அதாவது
அதெல்லாம் 5 ஸ்டார் ப்ரோ.
உங்களுக்கு என்ன தேவைன்றது நீங்கள் பண்ண போகிற பில்டில் தான் உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமே. இப்போ சப்போஸ் நீங்கள் ஆர்டிஃபைட் பில்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க, அதில் வந்துட்டு உங்கள் கேரக்டர் வந்து கிரிட் ரேட் கம்மியாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னா கிரிட் ரேட் வெப்பன் போடணும். ஓகேவா? அட்டாக் இதுக்கு கம்மியாகனா அட்டாக் வெப்பன் போடணும். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் ஒரு கேரக்டருக்கும் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ நான் சொன்ன பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்கேலிங் ஆகும்னு. அந்த ஸ்கேலிங்லேயும் உங்களுக்கு அடி வாங்குது அப்படின்னா அப்பயும் வந்துட்டு அதுக்கேற்ற மாதிரி நீங்கள் அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணி போடலாம். இந்த கேரக்டருக்கு இதுதான் அப்படின்லாம் கிடையாது.
ப்ரோ இல்ல இப்போ
அது
ஆக்சுவலா
வந்துட்டு
பாத்தீங்கன்னா
காசு இருக்கிறவன் போடுவான் ப்ரோ. இப்போது நீங்களே சொல்கிறீங்க இப்போ ஷோகன் வருதுன்னு வைங்க, அது பெஸ்ட்டு வெப்பன் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதோட சிக்னேச்சர் வெப்பனு 5 ஸ்டார் வெப்பனு.
ஏன்
அதை
இது
வந்துட்டு
யூஸ்
உங்களெல்லாம்
பண்ணலாம்
ஃபுல் பண்ணிட்டுலாம் உட்காந்துட்டு
கட்ச்
இருக்க முடியாது. அது ப்ரோ
கட்ச்
நான் இப்போ நீங்கள் சொல்கிறத வச்சு நான் சொல்லிகிட்டு இருக்கிறேன் ப்ரோ.
இல்ல அதான் கேட்ச் பத்தியும் சொன்னாங்க எல்லாருமே கேட்ச் பத்தியும்
கேட்ச்
சொன்னாங்க.
நல்லா இருக்கும். இப்போ நான் என்ன சொல்கிறேன்னா நிறைய பேர் நல்லா இருக்காதுன்றாங்கன்றீங்களா, அதுக்கு நான் சொல்லிகிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். இப்போது
ஒரே
ஒரு
நிமிஷம்
கேரக்டர்
ராம் ப்ரோ என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காருன்னா ஷோகனுக்கு எனர்ஜி ரீசார்ஜ்ல இருந்தா தான் டேமேஜ் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு.
அப்படிலாம் உங்களுக்கு ப்ரோ நான் சிம்பிளா சொல்றேன். என்னோட ரெய்டனுக்கு நான் பிரைமோலியல் ஜெயில் கட்டர் தான் யூஸ் பண்றேன். அது
ஓகே
ஸ்பியர் தான் யூஸ் பண்றேன்.
ஓகே
220 ரீசார்ஜ் எனர்ஜி ரீசார்ஜ் தனியாவே வச்சிருக்கிறேன். என்னோட கிரிட் டேமேஜ் ரேஷியோ வந்துட்டு 70க்கு 180 ரெய்டன்
நீங்க இப்ப
ஷோகன்.
ஸ்ட்ரீம்ல இருக்கீங்களா இல்ல ஸ்ட்ரீம் போடலையா ப்ரோ?
ஸ்டீமில் தான் ப்ரோ
ஸ்ட்ரீம்லாம்
இருக்கேன்.
போட மாட்டேன்.
ஸ்ட்ரீம்ல
அவரு ஸ்ட்ரீம்
இருக்கீங்களா?
போட்டிருக்காரு.
ஓகே ஓகே இல்ல
எனக்கு வந்துட்டு இந்த பாருங்க என்னோட இது வந்துட்டு 180k 190k டேமேஜ் பண்ணுவேன் ரெய்டன் ஷோகன். இத்தனைக்கு சப் டிபிஎஸ் தான் யூஸ்
ப்ரோ
இப்போது
எனக்கு ஒரு விஷயம் நான் வந்து நோட்டீஸ் பண்ணது என்ன தெரியுமா, நான் வந்து என் கூட இப்போ ப்ளே பண்ணவங்க எனக்கு சொன்னவங்க இப்போ நீங்கள் எதுவுமே நான் வந்து எல்லாத்தையும் டோட்டலாக மென்ஷன் பண்ணி தான் சொல்கிறேன். இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து இப்போ அவர் சொல்கிறாரு பார்த்தீங்களா, இன்னொருத்தர் உங்கள் கூட இருக்காரு, இவர் வந்து என்ன சொல்கிறாருன்னா ஆக்சுவலி இப்போ வந்து நான் வந்து ஸ்பியர் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன், ஜேட் ஸ்பியர் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன், அது வந்து டேமேஜ் வந்து ஒரு இன்னொருத்தர் என்கிட்ட சொன்னது என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா அது வந்து கண்டிப்பாக வந்து செட்டே ஆகாது. அப்புறம் இன்னொருத்தர் என்னங்கிறாங்கன்னா ஓகே இப்போ
ப்ரோ
வந்து
இல்லை இல்லை
எப்படி
ப்ரோ.
இல்ல
அது
எனக்கு
அதுதான் நான்
வந்துட்டு
என்ன சொல்கிறேன்னா,
ஆ
நம்ம இஷ்டம் தான் ப்ரோ.
நீங்கள் எந்த மாதிரி பில்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்றது உங்களுக்கு தான் தெரியும்.
புரியுது
ஓகேவா?
புரியுது
அதுதான்.
ம்
அதுவும் இல்லாம உங்களுக்கு சிம்பிளா
அவங்க
சொல்ல
வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்னொரு மாதிரி பில்ட் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க.
அந்த
அவங்க இப்போ
ஜேட்
வந்துட்டு
ஸ்பியரோட
பார்த்தீங்கன்னா
பாசிவ் ப்ராக் பண்றது கஷ்டம் ப்ரோ.
ம்
அத நீங்க ப்ராக் பண்ணனும்னா ரெய்டன் ஷோகன் வச்சு 7 ஆட்டோ அட்டாக் பண்ணணும். அதெல்லாம் இருக்கு. அதுவும் இல்லாம அவங்க பில்ட் பண்ற கேரக்டர் எல்லாரும் சோம்பேறித்தனமா எனர்ஜி ரீசார்ஜுக்கோசரம் போறதுக்கு யோசிச்சுக்கிட்டு இந்த கிரிட் டேமேஜ் கிரிட் ரேட்லாம் நிறைய வராது, அந்த இது ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட் டொமைன் நிறைய அடிக்க முடியாது, தலைவலிடான்னு சொல்லி வெப்பன்லயே எனர்ஜி
ம்
ரீசார்ஜ் போட்டுருவாங்க.
இப்போ காசு
எனக்கு
அதிகமாக இருக்கிறவன் அதோட
இப்
சிக்னேச்சர் வெப்பன் கூட எடுத்துருவான்.
எனக்கு
அது
சிம்பிளா
வந்து
நான்
நல்லா இருக்கும் அதுக்கு.
சொல்லணும்னா ஒரே ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருங்க சார்.
ம்
அது எனக்கு என்னன்னா நான் அந்த டொமைனை உயிரா அடிச்சு அந்த ஆர்டிஃபெக்ட் அவ்வளவு பக்காவா ஆக்குனனால எனக்கு கிரிட் டேமேஜ் எனர்ஜி ரீசார்ஜ் எல்லாமே பக்காவா இருக்கு. 220 கிட்ட 230 எவ்வளவு இருக்கு பாக்குறேன். எல்லாம் கரெக்டா இருக்கிறதுனால நான் அந்த ஸ்பியர் யூஸ் பண்றேன். அவ்வளவுதான். எனக்கு அந்த ஸ்பியர் சும்மா தானே 5 ஸ்டார் ஸ்பியர் கிடையாது, நான் அதை யூஸ் பண்றேன்.
அதே தான். நீங்கள் எந்த மாதிரி
அவ்வளவுதான்.
பில்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க ஆர்டிஃபேக்டை, அதாவது
230 இருக்கு
உங்களுக்கு ஒரு மாதிரி
எனர்ஜி
ஆக்டிவேட்
ரீசார்ஜ்.
கிடைக்கும், இன்னொரு மாதிரி ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட் கிடைக்கும். அவங்ககிட்ட போய் நீங்கள் கேட்டிங்கன்னா இது வேஸ்ட்டுன்னு தான் அவன் சொல்லுவான். ஓகேவா? உங்களுக்கு உங்களுக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் எந்த மாதிரி எஃபோர்ட் போட்டு அடிக்கிறீங்க அப்படின்றது தான். நான்லாம் வந்துட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா
ஆமா ஆமா.
ஒரே நாளில் வந்துட்டு 20 ரெசின் காலி பண்ணேன். அவ்வளோ காலி பண்ணியே நான் ஒரு கேரக்டர் தான் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதுவும் வந்து 85% தான் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பில்ட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிறேனே. நீங்கள் எந்த மாதிரி பில்ட் பண்ணுறீங்களோ அதை பொறுத்து தான் ப்ரோ.
இல்ல இப்போ
அதுதான் அது
ஆக்சுவலி
உங்களுக்கு
வந்து
அந்த
நான் இப்போ
ஸ்பியர் யூஸ் ஆகாதான்றது
அதான்
அப்புறம்
இப்போ நான் வந்து இப்போ உங்ககிட்ட ஒரே ஒரு விஷயம் தான் எனக்கு நீங்க என்ன ஹெல்ப் பண்ணணும்னா
ஓகே
மேபி வந்து நீங்க ஒரே விஷயம் தான், ஏன்னா எனக்கு இப்போ வரைக்கும் என்கிட்ட எந்த ஒரு 5 ஸ்டார் கேரக்டருமே இல்லை சீச்சை
இருங்க
தவிர.
இருங்க இது ஸ்டீம் முடிச்சிடுறேன்.
முடிக்க போறீங்களா ஸ்ட்ரீமா?
முடிக்க
நானும் இன்னும்
போறீங்களா?
முடிக்கல. முடிங்க முடிங்க முடிங்க.
Is it
Killjoy.